Good evening, everyone. Thank all of you for being here today for our work session. Today is October 18th, 2022. It's approximately 6:01. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order tonight. I think I'm going to do the invocation tonight, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Cowan if he would lead us in our pledge. Let's pray together. Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for giving us a community that we can call home, Lord. We pray now that you touch our hearts and minds, give us the understanding tonight that we need, God, that we can make the right decisions and do it in your name. Father, we ask you to bless this community that we live in. In your Son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sims, we're going to turn it over to you, our work session today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have a presentation from our consultants our paramedics. They're here to provide us with their recommendations and updates on our ARPA funding. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Hello.
Hey.
All right, second time's a charm, because we tried this before but had some technical issues. So. But I think it's better that I'm here in person anyway. That way I can answer any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so do all of you have the recommendations in front of you? So I thought it would be prudent to go through each line item and just kind of give you the reasoning behind the recommendation, answer any questions that you guys may have about it.
Thank you much.
So first we have the $672,900 that went to Willing Helpers. That funding has already been given to Willing Helpers. Just as an FYI, we are going to Willing Helpers tomorrow. We'll be on site and we'll be doing an audit of their program so we can make sure that they're spending the money the way that we want them to. Second is Viewpoint Health. Again, that money has already gone out. We are scheduled to meet with Viewpoint Health on Thursday and do an audit of that organization as well. The Covet Vaccination Incentive Program, we recommended $25,000 for each budget, so a total of $50,000, with the understanding that that money would go towards a $50 gift card for any county resident who gets their first COVID-19 shot. This program would encourage those who are not vaccinated to become vaccinated. I believe it was Commissioner Saunders who sent us a flyer of a neighboring community that's doing the same thing, and that there might be a continuation of a need for that. Under that particular allocation, you could potentially award 1,000 people with a $50 gift card for getting their first shot for COVID-19. Also recommended is $10,000 in marketing promotional costs so we can let the community know about this $50 gift card and encourage them to get vaccinated. Next is the law enforcement mental health program. We recommended $150,000 in this particular line item. I believe this appeared on Commissioner Saunders' list originally. This would be a program created to involve mental health professionals in the police force to utilize mental health expertise to de-escalate situations and prevent the use of deadly force from those experiencing a mental health crisis. Just a caveat to this recommendation, this will require some coordination with your local police force to make sure that there's some liability issues in regarding having someone ride along with the police or go out with the police. They may have some additional liability concerns with that, so that'll have to be worked out with that organization. Going to addressing negative economic impacts, we've got the Youth Commission. We recommended $50,000 for that. This would be funding for the Newton County Youth Commission, which includes a stipend up to $600, which is the maximum amount allowed for a student to get without having to file a tax return or filing net income. This would also include supplies, meals, and other expenses for the commission activities and meetings. Next, we have Liberty Middle School Youth Engagement. This money's already gone out to that organization. Next, we have the Youth Engagement Grant Program, and we're recommending $500,000 be put into that particular program. This would be a competitive grant program for youth-related programming. This grant competition would be countywide and would have an eligibility criteria that would have to be met, including servicing the youth of Newton County. Suggested maximum grant amount up to $50,000 per project. Priority points would be given to those projects that service youth in the qualified census tracts of Newton County. Renters and homeowners assistance. So we've already have that program. We've already given a portion of that money. We would have to either internally conduct that program going forward or find another community partner to contract with in order to do the renter and homeowner assistance as well as utility assistance. Next, we have the COVID-19 Nonprofit Assistance Grant. We're recommending $1 million be put into that grant program. This would be a competitive grant program for countywide nonprofits, organizations who can show a reduction in gross or net income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Suggested max grant amounts per organization will be $25,000. Nonprofits would have to describe how the funding would be used, and additional points would be given to nonprofits that serve as qualified census tracts. With that funding, it's estimated that you could fund between 40 and 60 nonprofit organizations with that particular $1 million. Next is the COVID-19 Small Business Assistance Grant Program. We're recommending $1 million be put into that program. This will be a competitive grant program for countywide small businesses that have been negatively affected by COVID-19. This would be demonstrated by providing federal tax returns to demonstrate the loss of income. It is suggested that it only be applicable to small businesses with less than 25 employees. Also, with additional points being given to those small businesses that are located in qualified census tracts. The suggested grant amount not to exceed $20,000 per business based on loss demonstrated and proven by the small business. With this particular funding, you could fund 50 small business with a grant. Food Security Grant Program, we're recommending $400,000 be put into that program. This would be a competitive countywide grant program for nonprofits that want to fund an existing food pantry or create a new food pantry. This grant would provide additional points to those organizations located in qualified census tracts with the suggested amount not to exceed $20,000 per project, so you could potentially award 20 grants in that particular category. Water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Increase access to broadband. There was $1 million placed in this line item already. My understanding is that $506,000 of it has already been allocated or spent, so that remaining funding would stay in that line item for funding for projects to increase access to broadband services to generally underserved areas. The Septic to Sewer Conversion Grant Program, we're recommending $700,000 for that. That would be a grant program for low-income individuals to get funding to convert a septic to sewer connection for their home. Additional preference would be given to homes located in qualified census tracts. A suggested max amount would be between $15,000 and $20,000. That amount is really arbitrary because we don't really know how much it would cost to convert, and so each house would be different. So understanding what those total costs are could potentially change the calculus on that. But it's at that current price point, you could convert approximately 35 households from septic to sewer. Next would be the Low Income and Senior Home Repair Grant Program. We're recommending $1 million be put into that program. This would be a countywide grant program eligible for low income and senior homeowners who have vital repairs needed for their homes, which cause a safety risk. This would include roofing, HVAC, accessibility ramps, lead paint remediation. Additional points would be given to homes located in qualified census tracts. Senior applicants would be entitled to priority funding. Suggested grant amounts not to exceed $15,000 per applicant. We've got the one-time premium pay that's already gone out. We've got the iParametrics consulting fee, which was our contract. And then we're also recommending $8.2 million in internal infrastructure projects. I believe you guys have an accompanying list that lists what those particular projects are. So based on these total recommendations, it would still leave $2.7 roughly million for the commission to allocate how they see fit. That can include increasing some of the line items or some of the grant programs if you see there's an influx of need and the money that we've recommended is not enough. That also includes creating additional programming that is not on this list that you think the community might need, and we can help you with creating that. And that would be your total ARPA allocation of $21,704,962. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, guys? Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you so much, Attorney Shannon, for providing us with this document. I know it's a task to try to, I guess, comply with the Department of Treasury as well as our needs. But my only concern is that when we first, which really felt maybe at ease dealing with the consultant, was the first thing that was stated was the first task was going over the commissioner's allocation and getting with us. And then the homeowners, not homeowners, the small business and nonprofits. Based on this, the commissioners voted in February, I think it was January 18th. We each had an allocation of $1 million. We decided on where we wanted those funds to be spent in the community. I don't see this allocated anywhere on this. And so that was my concern, because there was some community needs that I can't speak on every commissioner here, but I was on the ARP committee, so I saw the needs for those various projects in our communities, because we actually live in those communities, so we know what our communities need. So my concern is that those things were erased, and I know you and I had a conversation. I'm going to let the community know. One of my allocation was to the Panhellenic Council, as well as the organizations, the Greek organizations, because they are nonprofit organizations that provide a service to our community, our children, our underserved community. The issue that was stated was, because I'm a member of one, it was a conflict. And I didn't understand why it would be a conflict, because many of us on this board, some of us on this board sits on various boards that the government, our tax dollars allocate funds to those organizations, and we're voting on that. But unfortunately, myself on that organization is just a member. I don't sit on the board, I don't decide where the funding go, and so it's not going against what you do. I just want to seek a second opinion from another attorney, as well as from NACO, who also connects with the Department of Treasury.
Absolutely.
And so I sought that information, and they kind of said the same thing that our attorney had told myself when I asked the question about sitting on the board, that as long as I, as a commissioner, am not taking personal compensation or voting on that budget, there is no conflict of interest. And so that's my concern, because the reason why I was giving some of my funds to those organizations, because I do know the service they provide in the community for our kids. And as going with Executive Order 13985, that's dealing with our underserved community that came from Biden, this actually fits in that order, because we have, although we have the small business and we have the renters and so forth, there is nothing that is touching our children in the underserved community and in the minority community. Yes, I am an African American commissioner, but by me saying minority does not make it racist. That's an order that came from our President of the United States. And so that was one of the reasons why I put that on there, because they are the ones who will have their boots to the ground, who are touching these people in the community and provide that service. So that's my concern, is that the commissioner's allocation were not even, I wouldn't say a thought, but we were not spoken to individually before this was even came out, because it was a vote that was done in January.
Okay, so can I respond?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. No,
That's okay. So early on, we reviewed each commissioner's allocation, and when we were brought on, there was an ask of us to recommend a best course of action, right? You guys had made some decisions before bringing us on as consultants, and so we took that information. Each of the commissioners' list was reviewed in creating these programs. So the fact that you guys wanted to give money to form a youth commission, Commissioner Henderson wanted to give money for food pantries. He wanted to give money to youth organizations for after-school programs, which would be covered by the youth grant. Every single organization that each of you had on your list can be covered by the programs that we created. To answer your question about the conflict of interest, I know that you're a member of a particular sorority and that you did give money to other organizations, but to be fair, and I may be mistaken, but in your original allocation list, you gave more to your sorority than any other Greek organization. That looks like a conflict of interest. Whether it's an actual conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest is what the final rule states for Treasury. So even if there is no conflict of interest, if it looks like one, and as a member of the community, if I'm looking and I'm saying, you're giving $10,000 to all the other Greek fraternities and sororities, but to yours you're giving $25,000 or $20,000, I think was the allocation from the original list that I saw. It just looks like there's preference involved there. Secondly, you are a member of the organization, right? So even if there is no actual conflict of interest, it looks like there could be a conflict of interest. The final rule is very clear in how you get rid of that. You have a competitive process. So this competitive grant that we've recommended, each of the Greek organizations can apply for. They would be eligible to receive the funding. Actually, some of them would get more under this grant program than they would have gotten under your original allocation of $10,000. They would be potentially eligible to get $20,000 under this new grant program. So we did take each and every one of your concerns into account, including the courthouse repairs, which we recommended that be put up under revenue recovery. So it just takes away the individual allocations and the appearance of conflict of interest. By having it as an open competitive process with predefined eligibility criteria that any organization in the county can apply for, it takes away you guys making individual decisions that this organization gets funding but this one didn't. And then you take away the argument that somebody can make to say, well, you're playing favoritism because you gave all this money to this organization, but you didn't give any to us. So that was really our goal, is to get this money out into the community in a way that meets Treasury's guidelines, but also protects you all from any concern of conflict of interest or any apparent conflict of interest or actual conflict of interest, which is what the 2 CFR says. So it doesn't even have to be an actual conflict of interest. It can be the appearance of a conflict of interest that the federal government says we seek to avoid.
And
So that's kind of went.
And I have to correct you on one point.
Okay.
Because when we had our ARPA committee meeting, if that was the conflict that we was mentioning, that was not what you mentioned. You mentioned that I was a member. Now, the money was the conflict that you just stated, was the perception thereof. That could have been corrected, because what happened, I want to make sure I put this on record because you put that out there. What happened was I had allocated funds to that organization for a project they were working on in the community. And I came back and said it would be fair not to give funding to all of the African American organizations or the Greek sororities that are in this community. So that's how it came apart. I had to change out my allocation because my allocation was already completed. So the funding that was left over. So I want to make sure we put that out there so it's not a perception that Commissioner Sanders is only giving a certain amount to a certain organization because I'm a member. Now, what should have happened, because I did hear you when you first came, you said if there's an issue, I'm going to come to you, Commissioner, so that we can see how we can work this out to make sure that it doesn't look that way. We have not been given that opportunity, and it's not coming down to you. I just want you to understand. I'm just speaking from what occurs. I don't want you to seem that that's what I'm doing. I don't want that to be that way. But that should have occurred, because it's the first time I'm hearing you ever say that the funding, the amount that was given to each organization was perceived as a conflict.
So the conflict was the fact that you're a member of the organization. That's where the conflict started. But what added to the conflict was that when we then looked at the allocations, we saw that you were giving a lesser amount to the other organizations and more to your organization. And I understand your explanation. But as an auditor, if I come in and I see that and I say, well, it looks like Commissioner Saunders is a Delta and she gave more money to the Deltas than she gave to any other organization, without the benefit of that explanation, it has the appearance of being a conflict of interest. And also to your point, I have made myself available to you via email, multiple emails back and forth with your questions. I've drafted a memo specifically for you and your concerns. I try to make myself available for every commissioner that has a question. You're technically the only commissioner that reached out to me via email and said, look, this is what it is. Can you give me a memo on this? I gave you a memo on this. You sent an email as early as last week with additional information from NACO, and I responded back to that, and I did it the same day. So I try to be very attentive to each of your requests, because I know each of you have obligations to the community, and I'm not here to stifle that. I just want to do it in a way that meets ARPA requirements and doesn't put you all under a spotlight of conflict.
Thank you.
And I agree with that, and that's why I sought that second opinion and went to our association that we actually go to. That's one of the things they taught the commission, they told the commissioners, if we have an issue with ARPA, contact their representative with NACO, because they have direct contact with the Department of Treasury to give us the correct information. So we know that me being a member is not the conflict. So if it's the funding, then that can be audited, that can be changed. Because the reason why I'm speaking of that, Attorney Shannon, we voted in January to give funding to certain, not certain, but to do things in our community. This is not new. They do it in all the other communities. This is not something that's brought brand new just for Newton County.
Absolutely.
We actually got that idea from the CAB and Fulton, to be honest with you. And they've had no issues and no problems. All other counties have done it. It has been no issue or problems because we live in our communities. We know what our communities need and want. I appreciate how you combine, and some of these are actually not from my allocation. The Youth Commission was actually part of the youth program.
Okay.
So that's why I was concerned, like some of the things that were on my allocation to the community is not on this list.
And I completely understand.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to
Okay.
we're not 621. Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to kind of clarify, so those allocations that were on each commissioner's allocation, they all would fall up under one of these categories in some way.
Correct. So a lot of the commissioners had nonprofit organizations that they wanted to fund. There were youth organizations that they wanted to fund. There were youth pantry or food pantries that they wanted to fund. The Youth Commission, multiple nonprofits were the bigger ones, and then the small business. Really the only thing that's not included, but could be included in that $2.8 million is the center that is yet to be built that I think Commissioner Saunders had on her allocation. My understanding is that a site has not even been identified for that building yet. And you guys are under a ticking time clock to spend that money. You've got until 2024 to allocate it. At the end of December 2024, you lose your ability to reallocate. So if that money's not spent, it gets sent back to Treasury come 2026. And so I put that there so that there's enough money to fund that, 2.7 million to fund that particular project, but all of your other allocations are included in those particular programs. Does it lessen the amount that organizations can get? Yes, because some of you had like 100,000 for a nonprofit, 200,000 for a nonprofit. It does lessen the amount that those organizations can get, but it makes it fair across the board and what these organizations can get. If you're unhappy with the amounts, you guys can change the amounts for each program. So instead of 20,000 for nonprofits, if you think 50,000 is more of an amount, you recommend that. There's more than enough leeway and money to add more money to that to help more nonprofits and give them 50,000 as opposed to 20,000. It's completely at your discretion.
And then my one last question. We had previously just talked about the internal needs for our infrastructure projects or our capital improvement projects.
Correct.
So, and this may be an additional conversation that we may even have to have with our county manager as well. I am aware that there are also infrastructure monies that we can actually get from the state.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recommend that we keep this allocation, the 8.2 million, keep it there because we have until 2024 to allocate it.
And if you get any additional
And so
funding, swap it
if we get
out.
any additional funding, then
Absolutely.
swap that funding out.
Absolutely.
So instead of just saying, okay, yes, we want this 8.2 to go immediately to these projects, let's sit it to the side, at least wait until we can see if we can get more dollars from another resource. And then if we do get more dollars from another resource, that would be the $8.2 million, then we can take that 8.2 million
and put it back into the
somewhere
community.
else.
Absolutely. I would recommend you take whatever the pressing infrastructure projects are that you have now that are absolutely pressing and push those forward. But the ones that can wait, if there's an opportunity to get additional state funding from infrastructure that you can be used for those projects, absolutely. It makes sense to use that money for that. And then that frees up even more money under that 2.7 that you guys still have left over that you can allocate however you see fit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For the projects that we're proposing utilizing the ARPA funds, we would ask the commission to have those projects move forward immediately. A lot of those projects we needed for our capital projects, and unfortunately, we did not budget for those because of the limited budget that we proposed this year. So a lot of the projects that we are proposing, they are projects that are needed now for our infrastructure.
Thank you. Commissioner Cowell.
This is Patrick. Patrick, the discussion, the issue of propriety or avoiding appearance of impropriety, and get it out. Didn't we include that in our ethics policy that we adopted here? So we're still bound by that, correct?
Well, you're bound by sort of two levels
Right.
in this sentence. The first level you're bound to are the general ethics policies adopted by this board and the general ethics laws that exist in the state board.
Right.
And I don't mean to denigrate them, but they're kind of here.
Right.
There are elevated ethics rules attached to the ARPA funds. So the rule level of complex.
That was my question, I guess. We have two sets of laws that we've got to abide by. And we want to make sure that we're not.
Can you talk in the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. We want to make sure that we're not stepping on anybody's toes or anything like that, doing anything wrong, so.
Right, and I completely concur with what you've heard today, that look, it's possible for you to comply with state law and with your county ethics ordinance and still violate the ARPA conflict of interest. So just because you could do it under normal circumstances, you could do a lot of this under your normal budgeting, but because of the specific rules that apply to ARPA, you could run afoul of ARPA rules even if you're satisfied with Georgia law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders. If you want to yield the floor, Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and I hear Ms. Kennedy, right? And I hear what you're saying, but the reasoning that we have 5 district commissioners and all of them don't run at large is because if there had been the case when they created this board, then everybody would be a lawyer, same as Rockdale. It wasn't because they wanted to be sure, I guess our forefathers, they wanted to be sure that all of the areas of the county would be served, even the unserved areas. So I thought the logic, and it's like it's like a losing game, and I understand where it's going. The logic was that by allocating the monies to the different commissioners was to make sure that everybody got a piece of the pie, a crust of the pie, a crumb of the pie. And when you take it all and put it out at large, it's about like the district, somebody doesn't get some. So, you know, I want to apologize to St. Paul Church here in Covington. I want to apologize to Bethlehem Church here in Covington. I want to apologize to Reverend Tingling over in on Alfred Road here in Covington. And several other churches that I made mention of and talked to about the allocation that I thought, that I hope that we had approved, and I find out that, you know, sometimes when you vote for something here and it means nothing. And I thought that one reason why the board brought a consultant on, because I kind of questioned it, and Commissioner Sanders questioned it more than myself. It was, why couldn't we do it in-house? And when we came on, I was very excited because you said that whatever you're doing, we're going to make sure that we still do it, the district's request, but we still do it, make sure we do it right. And I couldn't understand the way it's kind of made a U-turn. So I'm apologizing to the folks that I came up and said we wanted to help you, and we didn't. I want to apologize to the Salvation Army people when we made a decision, even though it was that, why can't we do it in-house? We didn't want to do it in-house. I think Commissioner Help, we went over and talked to the folks, and we decided they ended up setting it up. They took the money to a certain degree, and we haven't even had a report on it. I want to apologize that particular program has seemed like put out the window, and it's no longer helping anybody. And that's what the original intent was, to help the peoples, and then it seemed like it's going to be more red tape. I want to apologize to the children over at Nelson Heights and the surrounding communities, which also I hope is a part of this beautiful, great county that I grew up in, was born in, grew up and raised in. Apologize to them for not giving them the service that they need in order for them to help them be better, grow up, be better people. I want to apologize to the folks that call me every other day about bringing some food, and most of them we do in a timely manner. But it would have been so much easier if we could have took a box of food, had a pantry, and took them a box of food and gave it to them. I want to apologize to Reverend Williams over at Alpha Church, because we knew that their food pantry was just kind of be overwhelmed. And I've been there to myself and seen that there's a need for it. And so when we get through doing all this and we say, we're going to do it out large, And when several of these people, the same old story, who are in the underserved community, like Jamestown, like Nelson Heights, like Alfred, parts of Alfred, Cellar Grove, when they don't get anything, we say, well, you ain't getting nothing, you didn't get in line first. And sometimes you don't get in line first, you don't get nothing. And so exactly, I think, where we headed. It's the same old song that had been sung by other people on this board since I've been here. And after 8, I could be gone, but it's up to the constituents. And like I said a while back, I said I can't walk in here with my head up, and when I walk out, my head's still gonna be up. And just different faces, but the same old stuff. People get to preaching all online and stuff and talking, but yet where are their hearts? Just come over here off of, I'm closing the term, I go out on a tangent. Come over here off of 36 Jackson Highway, the little church right there. And you see all those lines every day. A long line. And they're feeding people. And so those are the ones that you see. What about the ones that you don't see? Thank you.
If I can, I just want to clarify. All of the programs that we've recommended have a preference for qualified census tracts. So let me define what a qualified census tract is. It is parts of the community that are the most vulnerable and most minority-driven and lower economic status individuals. And actually, I understand you're concerned about a piece of the pie, but as it stands, Commissioner Henderson and Commissioner Saunders, your districts have the higher amounts of qualified census tracts. So in actuality, it will be organizations in your districts that will get more of the money than the other districts. So I just wanted to make that clear.
One final comment. Talk is easy. You know, I've been up here for years, and people come in and give these horse and pony shows, but there's no action behind it. Now, if there's some action behind it, I'll tell you, because this is who I am. So, you know, it's just up until this point, it ain't nothing but talk. Thank you.
Commissioner, you want to yield the floor still? Or you,
No, I'm letting him go before me.
Okay. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes. Just to reiterate on the last part where you said that some things were allocated to a site that wasn't located, that actually had a site location. I was providing counselors to the youth. It doesn't have to be at the youth facility. They could be housed here in the county. They could be housed in any location. I actually updated that and sent it to you and sent it to our county manager. It says in the corner, it says mental health counselors for our youth. It does not have to be housed in the West Side Youth Facility. It can start now because our youth need these counselors. The other thing was transportation buses. It was dedicated to the West Side Youth Facility once it's built, but it can go now because our youth have to do education. They have to get about this county to see other things besides the county. So that has nothing to do with the site location because these buses do not have to be housed at the West Side Youth Facility. It's for the youth so they can experience other things outside of Newton County. We have youth that have never been out of the city of Covington, that has no idea what's out in the world. So it's about education. So that's the reason why I put these things on there, thinking about our youth in this community. And as Commissioner Henson just echoing a little bit as he stated, yes, these items are put in a section. I thank you for that. I know you're in the hot seat because I'm not coming directly at you, but I know they are put in a location, but as he said, people all have to apply. So when we have solidified certain areas and certain things because we know there was a need. And when they have to apply, there's thousands of people that need stuff in this county. If you look at the poverty level, if you look at the need of our small businesses, nonprofits, a lot of them during COVID couldn't do fundraisers. A lot of them during COVID couldn't meet. They couldn't do various things, so they don't have the funding. So that's why us and all of us look at those certain nonprofits to make sure they have the funding to continue on the service. So it's not just doing that because I'm a part of that organization. I know what that organization does. I know what these organizations do in the community and how they impact. They've been doing it since 1913, 1911, and so forth. They've been doing the work in the community. They started on service and women's suffrage and so much more. So I know the impact that it has on the youth. A lot of them going to college because of this. They provided scholarships. So it has nothing to do with I wanted to go here, it has to do with need in the community. And that's why I thought it was such a blessing that we as the commissioners allocated that $1 million per district, because we were able to reach the people that we see the need in our communities.
So, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. I want to emphasize this. These are recommendations,
Yes.
okay? You, as a commission, you vote, right? It would be malpractice on my part as a professional not to bring this up to you.
Yes.
Because Lord forbid something happens, an audit comes and you say, well, iParametrics didn't tell us that, and we paying iParametrics to tell us that. So once I tell you this and I put it in writing, my duty is absolved. Whatever you vote after that is completely up to you all as a commission. Again, I want to emphasize, when I make these recommendations for these programs, and iParametrics is going to be the ones that are going to help craft these programs, we will ensure, you have my word, that organizations and nonprofits and small businesses that are in those qualified census tracts will get the first dibs of that money. The final rule says they have to. There's a specific requirement in the ARPA final rule that says we have to give this money first to those that are low income. So your districts are going to benefit more so. I know you've heard, horse and pony shows prior to, but I'm giving you my word as the person responsible for crafting these programs that individuals from your district will have preference because they stay in that qualified census tract. And lastly, to address your concern about the youth counselor, that is an allowable expense. There's still $2.7 million that we can put into that bucket, and that is something that we can do prior to that site being built. So I completely endorse that. Yes.
Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Edwards. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped you. I'm sorry. Commissioner Mason, my bad. I skipped you. I did skip you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any possibility just to kind of bring this discussion to a resolve? Because we can be here all day, all night, forever and ever. So to bring this to a resolve, is there a way that we can go back and look at those allocations from each individual district, still be able to provide those allocations to those 501c3 small businesses, so we would just increase the overall buckets of funding, so to ensure that when those ones that we have specified, when
There's money available.
There's money available.
Absolutely.
For example,
You've got that 2.7. If
Yes.
that million in nonprofit you don't think is enough, put another $500,000 in there. I don't know how many nonprofits you all have in your community, but the amount that's budgeted right now can service 50 nonprofit organizations. If you don't think that's enough, again, or if you want to raise the amount of assistance, you can do that. I'm just advocating for a across-the-board process that ARPA, the final rule, kind of advocates for too.
so I think in alignment with what you're trying to do, I think the resolve would be is to increase some of these amounts to ensure that the amounts, whether it was 300,000, whether it was 100,000, 150,000, if we allocated those numbers to those specific 501c3s, they will still get it once they submit, because we have allowed that much or increased that amount in the budget line item where they would actually be receiving those funds from.
And you can do that. So say, for instance, you wanted to say for the nonprofit assistance program, you put $2 million there with a max of $300,000 grant. You can do that.
Right.
The trade-off of that is that you're helping a fewer amount of nonprofits, but you are adding that maximum amount. Now, again, these nonprofits just can't say, give me $300,000.
Right.
They have to tell us what they're going to do with it. They have to submit a budget. And all of this stuff has to be reviewed to make sure that it's in the best interest of the community according to the criteria that you set.
Yeah.
But absolutely, to answer your
So I
question, you
think
can take
would-
that approach.
I think that would be the best approach, and I think that will kind of maybe settle us at ease, because there are some organizations where I did allocate those funds. I want to ensure
That they can get up to that amount.
That's correct, that they get up to that amount. I don't want it to be, well, I allocated, 150,000, well, now you're only able to get 50,000 because of the amount of money we put in that specific line item.
Well, I will say, if that's the case, and then looking at all of your allocations, I would then recommend that surplus that you have, you put into your nonprofit assistance,
Yeah.
because the youth programs that Commissioner Henderson had, that 50,000 I think will cover it, but if not, they can apply for the nonprofit one. The small business assistance, that 20,000, it was across the board anyway. We weren't planning on giving small businesses $100,000 a small business. So I think really the issue comes with those nonprofits that we wanted to give higher values to, that do great work in the community. So I would recommend you putting, maybe $1.5 million or $2 million back into nonprofits. So there'll be a total of $3 million in nonprofits, and you'll still have 800,000 left that you can allocate, and potentially more, assuming you get some money from the state for infrastructure projects or whatever. But that would definitely solve that issue.
I think that will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get, Jarvis, and then I get you.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that I definitely want to recognize is that we did hire consultants to provide us their perspective from a professional standpoint, working with other entities similar to our county. And I think they've done a great job of doing that. If we carefully look at the list encompasses all of you all's requests in a competitive way, which protects the county as well as provide a service to our citizens. If we also look at the list, there was conversations about one of our county facilities, which we're recommending $335,000 for upgrades for Nelson Heights Community Center. So we have also listened to our board and addressed those needs as well. So I think the list is a fit for our community, and bottom line, it protects our community. If we are given a perception of giving out nonprofit grants and it's not competitive, we will probably be challenged by a nonprofit in our community that states that why did ABC get the grant and not DEF? So the way they're proposing to us, a competitive way, it protects our county.
Absolutely. And then one last thing, and I'm also recommending that all of these be reimbursement based. And the reason I'm making that recommendation is because of what we've seen happen with Salvation Army. I don't want that to happen again. And so all of the grant programs that we're recommending today would be reimbursement based.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just a quick snippet comment on the law enforcement mental health program.
Yep.
I'm not saying, I don't think we have enough in there, but that said, I don't know what we need in that program.
Gotcha.
So,
I agree.
I don't know what that gets us. That's going to be a recurring expense, a budgeted recurring expense after the $75,000 is spent.
Absolutely.
So, I just don't know what that's going to get us.
So I just plugged a number in there because, again, I don't know what that would look like, but you are correct. We don't want to just, if we start this and it's successful, we don't want it to end when ARPA funding's gone. You'll have to continually fund that position going forward. And, that line item doesn't take into account increase in insurance costs that may come associated with that for the law enforcement agency. So absolutely, that amount was just kind of a placeholder until we actually know what the amount would be and had an opportunity to look at any proposal for that program.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
My last comment is the food security grant program, and it says, among other things, it says, or create a new food pantry. And I'm not just talking about the food grant program here. I'm talking about all these. I would strongly encourage this board to pause and to before we create a new
Pantry.
Allocate money to new, not just in the food pantry business.
But anything.
Food pantries.
Gotcha.
We've got a lot of wonderful food pantries in this county. I think from north, south, east, and west, from all corners of this county. I would be hesitant to create a new agency in any category, to be honest with you, given what's happened recently with, I think it just creates more red tape and more opportunity for some not good things.
That makes sense. And then you limit it to existing food pantries, which would make the resources more available to those organizations. And if you don't want to give them to new nonprofits in the nonprofit grant, that completely would be your discretion if you only want to give that funding to established nonprofits who have shown a track record for their service to the community and can demonstrate that, which would be something we would ask for in an application from that nonprofit.
Thank you. Just a point of discussion. It's just an opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanders.
Just one last thing. Well, I asked this last question later. For the willing helpers and the Viewpoint Health, how are we going to, I know you're doing an audit, but we did do a process for those two nonprofits. We
Right.
did, so they kind of had it a little bit easier.
Yeah, they
than
did.
everybody else. So that's an issue.
So we're going on site to make sure that they're not spending it on stuff they're not supposed to spend it on, put it that way. We want to make sure that they're spending according to their budget and according to their mission as an organization, and that we don't see any red flags. We're only going to be on site for each of those organizations for about 2 hours. We anticipate those to be pretty simple. These are larger organizations that provide medical assistance and mental health services to the community. So we're just going to look for any anomalies, but we want to at least put eyes on those organizations because we committed to you all of looking and making sure that the money we have given out thus far has been done so correctly and is not being misspent. And then we're also going to be on site at Salvation Army tomorrow and Thursday doing an in-depth audit on the rental assistance program.
And the application process for this, I've been asked this question so many times. They're wanting to know, when is the application process going to start back up for small businesses and the nonprofits?
So once you guys vote on what we're going to put in that pot, I recommend it be an online process. It's really simple. Businesses go online, they apply, they upload their documents. They can track their application to see where it is. That's something we've done throughout the country. It's just a more user-friendly versus having a paper application that people have to email in. And if we do it that way, then that information, once it's submitted, we keep track of what businesses apply. Our case managers that work for iParametrics are able to see that information come in and kind of process that information according to the evaluation criteria that you guys have established. And then we can provide a list to you all of the businesses that meet the eligibility criteria and how much they've demonstrated by way of a loss to receive a grant. And you guys approve that and cut the checks.
And my last question is kind of echoing what Commissioner Mason stated. We're leaving like a lot of money on the table by utilizing our ARPA dollars to pay for all of our capital improvements. As he mentioned, there's a lot of grant money that's out there that we can apply for, kind of like what I did with the West Side Youth Facility, to have a match, so where it's not so taxing on the taxpayers and utilizing all of the funds on one project. We're leaving a lot of money. So utilizing, I think it was 8.9, and we're supposed to be looking at on the next
I think it's
$8.9 million.
8.2 now, I think is the
And there is
recommendation.
so much grant money. A lot of the other counties, what they did was, as Commissioner Mason did state, they put their money there and applied for those grants and created a match to be able to utilize other funding, and it's not just being so taxing on the taxpayers or utilizing all of the ARPA dollars to where that funding can go somewhere else. So that's why I'm kind of against 8.9 million of the ARPA funds going directly to capital improvements, because there's money out there that we as a county are leaving on the table that's just sitting there.
To your point, if there are grant programs out there that you guys can apply for infrastructure, I definitely recommend it. You are right, you can use your ARPA funding as a match to bring in some of those grants, which might be less than what you have allocated, but I think the reality is that when I looked through that list of recommendations for infrastructure projects, they all seemed like needed infrastructure projects. None of them were kind of a wish list, but they were things that I think you guys may need. Again, this is me outside looking in. You know what your community needs more than I do, but I didn't see anything on that list that I thought kind of stood out as something that other communities aren't doing infrastructure-wise. Some of the things were like a police car, I think. It was like things that will ultimately benefit the community in the long run. One last thing I forgot to say, I'm also recommending that we put our Salvation Army allocation under revenue recovery. The reason I'm recommending that is because with the current development in that particular space, whatever we identify as revenue recovery is essentially our money and not federal money, not the federal government's money, even though it's all federal money, but it's your revenue, right? And there's less of a magnifying glass on revenue recovery than there is ARPA proper funding. So I would recommend you allocate that funding that was given to Salvation Army under revenue recovery, and then you take whatever actions you need to take in order to recoup any money from that organization.
And you guys will be doing an audit on every organization that received funds?
Absolutely. So we will, whether we're giving money to an organization to run a program for us, or a lot of these are reimbursement based, right? So that means they've got to submit invoices to be reimbursed. So we're going to look at those invoices to say, you know, you as a nonprofit, you told us you were spending $50,000 on supplies for the youth. We want to see $50,000 worth of supply receipts, right? They have to provide a budget to us. The report has to match what is on that line item. Now, again, it's a budget. It can be changed. They can request to move things within a line item, but we're going to check those on a monthly basis before they're paid. And the caveat to that is that I know a lot of nonprofits are cash poor, and they can't necessarily float a certain amount of money for a long time. So my understanding is that you guys would be reimbursing those nonprofits within 14 business days to reduce the financial impact of having to wait to be reimbursed for those organizations. And I got a commitment that that was something that could be done in-house to make those reimbursements within a 14-day business day period.
Thank you. Mr. Sims, did you have anything? Commissioner Henderson?
I guess I'm just trying to, because it is, we're doing a lot of talking. And so what we're saying, and I'm directing this question to Commissioner Mason, what we're saying is that those commissioners' allocations will be looked at, and somebody knows, I guess, funded. I mean, would you kind of expound on it? I mean, if you would, Commissioner, if you would. I'm trying to understand and get it in my head. That's what the deal is.
Sure, no problem. What I was saying is that those allocations that we allocated in the $1 million that was set forth for us, for example, if we had a nonprofit that we allocated $150,000, well, maybe in the current amount that we have, they may only get $100,000. So what we can do is add money from the surplus that we haven't allocated, which was the $2 million. We can take more of that, add it into, say, for example, under the
Nonprofit assistance grant?
correct, the COVID-19 nonprofit assistance grant program. So instead of it being $1 million, we may take another $1 million, or we may take 500,000, add to that $1 million,
And up the max.
correct, and up the max to say, okay, well, they can get up to
100,000 or
100,000.
I recommend if you're going to take that route to make it $100,000 per organization, so that would be the max per nonprofit is up to $100,000. They'd have to show us how they've had at least $100,000 in loss due to COVID. So that would have to be demonstrated. You just couldn't ask for it. But I think if you want to take that route, making that ceiling $100,000 and putting another $1 million into that pot.
Correct, so that those organizations can still obtain the monies that we have helped to allocate to them already.
And so the a nonprofit A1 to 2 program, one that we had suggested, would they still qualify to run that service for Nelson Heights?
See, I don't know about the qualifications. I guess that was.
So the qualifications are very prescriptive under ARPA. It says that the nonprofit has to show a loss in net or gross revenue, and then they have to tell us what they're going to do with the money. So what he's saying is we up that max. The organizations will still have to apply, but instead of getting the $20,000 or $50,000 max, they could potentially get up to $100,000 max, which was more in line with what your recommendations were for some organizations in the community. Again, they still would have to demonstrate that, whether we gave them to them based on your recommendation or not, they still have to demonstrate the loss according to ARPA.
Well, I just can't understand now. We just did a whole lot of talk. Zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, thank you so much for being here
No
tonight.
problem.
Guys, we're getting ready to, we're going to go adjourn and go and get ready to go into our regular meeting tonight. I seek a motion that we adjourn, please. It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Mason. All in favor? Pass 5-0, we stand adjourned. Good evening. Thank all of you for being here tonight. Today is October the 18th, 2022. It's approximately 7:02. Thought for today: he who is untrue to his own cause cannot command the respect of others. Albert Einstein. I'm gonna go ahead and officially call this meeting to order tonight. I'm gonna ask if Commissioner Edwards, if you would pray for us tonight, and Commissioner Mason, if you would lead us in our pledge. Vice versa.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come together and do the work of the county. We ask that your guidance, your wisdom, your discernment, we ask that we all do it in the name of Jesus Christ. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Our I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we adopt the agenda, we do have a couple of changes. 9C on the consent agenda. We need to put that, the award letter for the agriculture center for the horse barn that they have donated out, that they named after Mr. Mort Ewing. I think it's a $600,000 grant that's given to the FFA that goes up on the consent agenda 9C. Acceptance grant. 600,000, yep. Hold on. 16A is a budget amendment to purchase the building next to fire services headquarters. That's 16A. It's a budget amendment. And in the zoning hearing, case number 6, that should read MOD 2200001. I'm sorry, 2. Should read 2. Now, in zoning. Change that from a 1 to a 2. Any questions, guys? Go ahead.
I see you added something in regards to a building purchase. Not saying I'm against it or not. I wish I would have had some information on it before we voting on purchasing a building.
It'll be brought up.
No, I mean, I wish I would have had it before the meeting so I could review, to have a concrete vote so I know what this is all about versus finding out tonight.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. C. And I know I probably should have mentioned it at prayer, but I didn't, and it hit me afterward, and I just couldn't read this.
That's my bad. I do it. My bad. I'm sorry.
But just let me say this. You know, I think last week, if I'm not mistaken, we lost Mr. Buck Smith, Miss Jackie Smith's husband.
Yep.
And they are a very dear friends of mine because we just worked around each other, and our hearts have went out for her and her family. And we ask that everyone who know prayer, please lift her and her family up in this time of bereavement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I completely forgot, so thank you for that reminder. Guys, with those changes, I seek a motion that we approve the agenda, please. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It passed 3-2. Thank you. Next on the agenda is citizens' comments. This opportunity will allow citizens to make comments about agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. You have 3 minutes to do so. Please come down, state your name and your address for the record, please. Agenda topics only. You may come at this time. Thank you. Next, we have the chairman's report. We have some. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Oh. Come on up, sir.
Item number 17.
Come on up to the mic. Please state your name and address for the record. Please, you have 3 minutes to do so.
Good evening. My name is Tim T. Brown. I got a question about item 17, dealing with the ARPA, the loss of revenue. And my question is, for the $8,200,000, I think what I heard earlier, the revenue or whatever's left is going to be divided into the other remaining, a nonprofit organization or infrastructure or whatever. The citizens need a copy of who all been approved, what was their loss to get the money that they received. It should be open records, unless we can file for open records, but we're asking the commissioners to give it to the citizen, whether it's on the website, how you get it online, or give the sheet of how each individual was approved, how much money they received, and who else is on the list to get approved. Because the remaining of the funds that you have left to allocate is not fair to the rest of the people who are trying to get and receive the funds. With the 8.7 million going to infrastructure, we need to have a list of all the items or all the areas that's supposed to be on that list to get infrastructure or get help. Not just say this is going to the county manager, but we need to see where directly is every fund is going, and an invoice of what they spend it on, equipment, whatever the allocation of all these people who received it. We need a copy of that too. Not only do the commissioner need it, the citizen needs it too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is definitely the chairman's report. We have the National 4-H Week proclamation that I'll be happy to read when you give me the okay.
Well, let's bring up the 4-H team now. Ms. Charlene and her team, if you would, please come on up. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Tell us a little bit about what you got going on.
So National 4-H Week was actually a couple weeks ago, but we weren't able to come to that commissioner meeting, so we're here for this one, and I appreciate all of the commissioners and everybody in the audience that wore green in support of 4-H, and those of you that thought about it but forgot. So we have had a lot going on since we were at the Board of Commissioners meeting last. I've given each one of you a copy of our some highlights that are going on here in Newton County for 2021, 2022, and then also some to-date highlights for 2022, 2023 year. The 4-H year runs August to July, so it's a little different. But just a couple of things to highlight. We did have a 4-H alumni named as a STEM pillar finalist for a National 4-H Youth in Action program, which is really awesome. He was also highlighted by the Newton Community Magazine. I also forgot to introduce who's with me, so let me go do that real quick. So with me, I have Dr. Lori Bledsoe. She is our program development coordinator. She's housed at our district office. I have Reagan Brunette. She is one of our 5th grade 4-Hers who went to camp with us last year and did a lot with project achievement and public speaking, as well as Kaden File. She is also, she's a 6th grade 4-Her this year. She also went to camp, did project achievement and some other things here in 4-H. And our new 4-H program assistant, Mr. DJ Dobbs, he started in August, so we're super excited to have him on board with us. And then I'm Charlene Scott. I'm the 4-H agent here in Newton County, and I've been here for about 2 years. So we've had lots of growth opportunities here in Newton County. We're in more schools than we've been in several years. We're seeing about 12 schools this year, about 1,000 students across the county. We camped 53 campers this year with 4th through 6th grade campers. So we all loaded up on the bus and headed out from here and spent a week at Rock Eagle, and these ladies joined us and they had fun, right? Awesome. They're excited to go back this year. Some things that are happening this year. We had 104 participants for our No-Carve pumpkin contest. So if you haven't been by the admin building, there are some outside the tag office, and then we have some more of our pumpkins upstairs in our office. So feel free to come see them. They're really cute. And the kids did a really great job on that. One of our big programs is our Adulting 101, which is teaching youth life skills. So that program has actually been, over the course of this past year, we've done it across the state virtually. We also hosted an in-person STEM on Fire Day where we partnered with Cobb Fire Department. And they hosted 4 different counties to come. And hopefully it's a program I'm going to bring back here to Newton County where our youth can get hands-on STEM training in the fire field so that they can see if that's a career they're interested in. It is being used statewide. We've also presented at 2 national conferences, and we have over 26 states reaching out for us, reaching out for our curriculum. It's a cooperation between Newton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and Rockdale, all 4 of us. So we're excited to be sharing that and winning some national awards for that, regional awards for that.
Thank you so much. We do have a proclamation that we're going to read into the minutes tonight.
So for the National 4-H Week Proclamation, whereas the young people of Georgia and Newton County are our greatest natural resource, and whereas the 4-H program has assisted in the growth and development of Georgia and Newton County youth for 118 years, and whereas the adult volunteer leaders and advisors are devoting their talents, leadership, resources to serving the leaders of tomorrow, and whereas 4-H helps its members discover and acquire the essential elements of positive youth development of mastery, generosity, belonging, and independence in the areas of leadership, civic engagement, healthy living, and agriculture, and STEM. And whereas Newton County is Georgia 4-H and entices young people and adults to become involved in the educational and entertaining programs offered by the 4-H program in Newton County through the University of Georgia College and Agricultural and Environmental Sciences Cooperative Extension. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Commissioners of Newton County, do declare and proclaim the week of October 17th through the 21st to be Newton County 4-H Week, and urge all of our citizens to assist in according this observance the attention and importance to which it is so highly and rightly entitled. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and affixed our seal on this 18th day of October 2022, Chairman Marcelo Baines, Newton County Board of Commissioners.
Y'all give them a hand, please. Commissioner Stewart, please come on up. Can y'all get him another hand, please?
Mr. Chairman, we have one more item for your presentations. Newton County Board of Commissioners supports Operation Greenlight for veterans. It's a resolution honoring veterans and military personnel. Would you like me to read?
Please.
Supporting Operation Greenlight for veterans. Whereas the residents of Newton County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all of the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces has been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Newton County seeks to honor these individuals who have paid the high price for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, veterans of foreign wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. Whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition into civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life, and whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans. Whereas the Newton County Board of Commissioners appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted, therefore be it resolved with the designation as a green light for veterans in Newton County Board of Commissioners hereby declares from now through Veterans Day, November 11th, 2022, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Therefore, be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Greenlight, Newton County Board of Commissioners encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve the freedom by displaying a green light in a window of their place of business or residence. Signed this 18th day by Chairman Marcelo Baines and attested by our County Clerk, Ms. Jackie Smith.
Thank you so much. We will be recognizing and honoring our veterans by lighting up the admin building in green. So we thank them for their service they have made to not only to this country, but our community as well. I'm going to forego the rest of my chairman's report because we're going to push for time tonight. We do have a long agenda. I'm going to turn it over to the county manager for his report tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll go brief on our report as well. For our operations, we're reporting out for animal service. Intake continues to be extremely high, 27% from 2021. We had requests for service that has increased 23% year to date. We had 91 pet adoptions so far in the month of September. We held a free pet vaccination and microchip clinic on October the 15th. 224 animals were seen at the clinic. 184 microchips were implanted. We also want to send a special thank out to our sponsors, Planned Parenthood, Petco Love, Atlanta Humane Society, and Hallow House for Dogs. Without them, we could not have provided these services to the community. Building services, beginning October 1st, we will light the admin building tower in purple to recognize Domestic Violence Month each evening. This is a yearly event requested by our DA's office. EMA, we are tracking our code red registrations. I'd like to recognize our assistant director in that regard, Ms. Wendy. The numbers are definitely showing an increase. When I first started here, businesses 297, residences 1333, cell phones 1534, notifications via text 1328, notifications email 448, and weather warnings only 937. Finance, fiscal year 22 budget has been reconciled. We processed 1699 invoices for the month of September, 946 accounts payable checks totaling $7.5 million. We processed 96 purchase orders. We processed 1458 payroll checks totaling $3.1 million, and we deposited 4.5 in revenue. Fire services for the month of September, 34 fires, 334 calls for rescue and EMS, 19 hazardous condition calls. Also for no fire calls, we had 32 service calls. We had 87 good intent calls. We had 55 false alarm calls. We had a total of 563 calls. And I'd like to recognize our fire chief with 100% response rate. GIS, we had, which is very innovative in our county, we now have what is called a story map that highlights our recent SPLOS projects. That's accessible on our website. GIS has been working on several county departments recently, attempting to better integrate our GIS with public works, with our asset management software, as well as animal services. They're also working with NextGen, with our E911. They had 15 map requests. They had 24 individual requests printed or produced, and 7 GIS processed about 37 calls for the department for the month of September. HR, our HR director, great leadership, working collaboratively to begin our 4th quarter employee engagement events. We're gonna have a Halloween event, service awards, our flu COVID vaccine clinic, and a holiday luncheon. We onboarded 6 employees across the following departments: planning and zoning, fire service, detention, recreation, and government buildings. We offboarded 8 employees across the following departments: solid waste, magistrate court, elections, water resources, and detention. And we also secured a $4,000 grant from ACCG regarding CPR and AED. Our information services, we reported 247 support tickets for the month of September. That was up from 202 in August, and we deployed new technology throughout our organization. Courts also provided their monthly reports. A juvenile court processed 43 delinquency complaints, and they served 51 walk-ins. Judge Branch had 5 court dates hearing 21 dependency cases, and Judge Egger had 8 courts hearing 27 cases. For our public defender's office, our assistant public defenders represented clients in 12 court calendar dates, and we had 2 criminal trial weeks scheduled for the month. They also were able to hire a new attorney for the office, which now they're fully staffed. Parks and Recreation kicked off our football team. Go Dogs. We had 85 participants in our fishing derby on September the 24th, and we started our Miracle League in adult softball session. PIO, Brian is doing a great job with our outreach with our social media. Facebook continues to grow, 16,000 followers. Want to recognize this number. We reached 100,000 more people in the last 90 days than the 90 days prior. Great job, Brian. We also want to recognize our resident, Miss Martha Malcolm, celebrating her 106th birthday. She had 11,962 people that reached out, 802 likes. Public Works, we had completed some of our SPLOS projects. We also had trash pickup counts for the month of September, 3,503 bag counts. Tons taken to the landfill, 14.47. And also with the assistance with our sheriff's office, we had 454 additional bags picked up. Thank Sheriff Brown for his assistance. Senior Services, we had some great things going on for the month of September. 30 great and grand club seniors celebrate Grandparents' Day. We had 50 seniors participate in the monthly shopping trips. Also, this is huge with our Director of Senior Services. We had over 3,668 attendance at our senior center in the month of September, which is huge. Also, I'd like to recognize we are planning our 50th year celebration on November 6th at 3 o'clock. Please get your tickets. Solid Waste, our Solid Waste Director Kevin Walters retired. We now have Mr. David Henry that will be serving as our acting Solid Waste Manager. He's doing a great job, and congratulations again to Kevin. Transportation, we had 111 potholes we repaired, 13 drop-offs, 20 leveling, and our Transportation Director, Chester Clegg, is taking all of our requests and doing a great job as well. So thank you for our report.
I'm gonna ask Commissioner Henderson if he would fill in for me. My daughter was in a car accident, and so I'm gonna step out, if you will, please. Okay. All right.
It's now 7:30, it's time for the zoning. Ms. Lasagna?
Yes, sir. It's 7:30, so we do have Ms. Shana Applewhite, Director of Development Services, coming for the public hearing.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Board of Commissioners. We have 6 zoning cases this evening.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Our first case this evening is a map amendment. It is case number FLU 22-00004. The existing land use is residential and the PRC, Parks, Recreation, and Conservation. And the proposed land use is commercial and PRC. The existing zoning is agricultural residential. It's located in the South River watershed and it's on Snapping Shoals Road. The tax ID or map and parcel numbers are 19-13 and 19-13B. There are 2 lots. The total combined acreage of the 2 lots is 10.8 acres, and it is in District 1. And the owner and petitioner are Denise and Clifton Jones. Just a brief history. On the 27th of September, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this flume by a vote of 3-0. And the applicant's intent is to designate the future land use to commercial and PRC in order to seek a rezoning of the property for commercial use. And future land amendment map requests, again, is to go to the commercial PRC map amendment use. In conclusion, the 8.98 acre parcel is currently undeveloped. The 1.1 acre parcel has a house on it, and the applicant is proposing to combine the lots for commercial use. Pursuant to the Oak Hill character area appropriate land uses, the commercial/PRC is an appropriate land use request. Should the board decide to approve this petition, staff is of the opinion that the future land use amendment may be appropriate in this area. And since this is a map amendment, there are no conditions of zoning placed at this time for the future land use map amendments. Since this is just a planning tool for future requests. Should the request be approved and a petition filed for rezoning, then conditions of zoning would be applicable to that request. So they'll have to come back before this board to actually rezone the property. And at that time, we have recommended conditions for the board to consider. And this is an aerial view of the two parcels. There's the big one here and then this little one on inset there. Zoning map, it's currently zoned agricultural, residential, and we've got commercial zonings to the north and industrial to the south of it. Existing future land use is currently residential and PRC. So the PRC, it's the Parks and Recreation, runs along the stream. That's on this end here. And then we've got the residential portion in the middle. And of course, it's in the South River watershed. This is a boundary survey of the property. And this is a concept plan of the commercial use they are proposing. And if there are any questions for staff?
Does it stand? District 1, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So, I may have missed it. What's the proposed, what would be the commercial use of the property? Do we know?
It is restaurant. I believe the applicant had voiced to us, and they are here to further explain or voice that to you. But they were exploring a restaurant, having some kind of a fast food restaurant out there, so.
And that is commercial adjacent, across 212 there, right?
Correct, sir. Yes, so up here is commercial already, neighborhood commercial. These two parcels, this is highway commercial. And then you've got heavy industrial below here. In the gray, this area here, that's all industrial.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Any more questions? Amen. So now we open this up for 10 minutes. All those, if you wouldn't step away. All those in favor of this particular zone, would you please come and speak? Looking just like there's 91 who are coming. So this portion is closed. So all those who, okay, please come on. Thank you. Would you please state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir, and thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Denise Jones. I'm half the owner, and
I'm Clifton Jones, the other half the owner. We reside at 2727 Old Salem Road in Conyers.
we've asked our project manager as well, if that's okay, to step up as well as Shane Seeley.
336 Person Street, Monticello, Georgia.
So I'm not sure what questions that you have for us, but Shayna, thank you for representing us well and setting that up. We are looking to do at that intersection is currently primarily commercial, and then on the other backside of that, it is also industrial. There are no eating places within 7.5 miles, of that particular intersection. That intersection is highly traveled for Rockdale, Jasper, and Newton County. So not only do we feel like it would be great for the residents of Newton County, but also in addition to bringing in revenue for the county, we're looking to do some type of restaurant that is affordable, especially with the demographics in that area. And we feel that that would be the best use. So at this time, we respectfully ask that the flume is changed to commercial, and then hopefully we'll be back before you soon to get the final rezoning of that particular property. And again, it's 10.8 acres at that intersection. Anything to add, Shane?
Yes, ma'am. So we have about 8 minutes and 36 seconds left. So if you would please stand to the side and let someone who may be in opposition to come and speak to us well, and you could have a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for your time tonight. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Are we sure? Wait a minute. First, let me go back a little bit because I was counting. Yes, ma'am. Anybody who may want to? Yes, ma'am. Please come. Come and form me a line. Because I kind of got was kind of stuck with me on this evening. So we're gonna get through this.
That area.
And your name, please.
My name is Mary Lou Thomas. I'm Hope Thomas's wife. He owns the heavy industrial
Yes, ma'am.
that is down there at Thomas Brothers. And we are looking forward to them being successful in finding some sort of an eating establishment in the area that does not have really anything down there.
Mm-hmm.
We wish them luck.
Okay, your address, please, for the record. You got it? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Good. Next. Yes, ma'am. So since there's no one else in favor of this portion of the meeting is closed, we have about 10 minutes for rebuttal if needed. So anybody who is in opposition, could you please come now? Thank you. This part of the meeting is closed. There's no more in opposition. So at this time, we would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'm making a motion to approve flume case number FLU 22-00004. Second.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Edward and Commissioner by these two Commissioners Mason. Thank you. So, are there any discussion? Commissioner Coward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue I've talked to Patrick about. My question's been, we did the future land use maps amendments, and then later on they come back for zoning. How do we know that a restaurant will be built there and not a Dollar General? Can we put conditions on that?
You would deal with that at the time of zoning. Your future land use map doesn't authorize any use.
Okay.
Your zoning ordinance authorizes use, so the property will remain zoned AR unless and until they come back to seek other zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions? I asked whether any more questions. Anybody got any more questions? Okay. Here has been motion and second. All those in favor? All opposed? None. It passes 4-5. Next, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay. Our next case this evening is also a future map amendment. It is case number FLU 22-000005. The existing land use map is AF, agricultural forestry. The proposed land use map is RR, rural residential. The existing zoning is A, agricultural, and it's in the Little River and Bear Creek watersheds. It is located along Highway 11. The map and parcel number is 128-6A. Total acreage is 112.5. It is located in District 1. Current owners are Thomas and Carol Moore, and our petitioner today is Mr. Randy Vinson. On brief history, on the 27th of September, the Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 3-0. An applicant's intent is to designate the future land use to rural residential in order to seek a rezoning of the property for single-family residential use. And again, they request to go to rural residential for the future map amendment. In conclusion, the 112.5 acre parcel is currently undeveloped, and pursuant to the Highway 11 Preservation Corridor Character Area appropriate land uses, rural residential is an appropriate land use request. Should the board decide to approve this petition, staff is of the opinion that the future land use amendment may be appropriate in this area. And there are no conditions of zoning placed again on a future land use map amendment request, since it's a planning tool, and should the board approve this and the applicant seek to come before the board again for a rezoning at that time, we'll place recommended conditions on the property. And this is an aerial view of the parcel along Highway 11. Current zoning is A, agricultural zoning. Future land use map today is agricultural forestry. These are the watersheds. It's mostly Little River, a little sliver of Bear Creek. And this is a boundary survey of the parcel and a concept layout as provided by the applicant. And if there are any questions for staff.
Any questions for staff? Okay, so.
And the applicant is here, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone who's in favor, would you please come up, Mr. Benson?
Thank you, Commissioners. Randy Vinson, 450 Jenkins Road, Covington. The intent here is to take the 112 acres that the Moores own and do an equestrian conservation development that would maintain the pasture frontage along Highway 11. So the view shed along Highway 11 would remain fairly intact, as it's been seen as a pasture for so many years. With the success of your economic development department and bringing all this new industry and growth to the county, there's going to be a great demand, and it's going to get even stronger over the next several years for new housing, especially on the eastern side of the county. And as some of you know, I've been promoting smart growth in Newton County for the 25 years that I've lived here. And the intent is to accept growth gracefully, that you can preserve the character of an area and still allow development. So that's what the intent is here. Agriculture just is not going to be viable on a 100-acre tract in this part. And therefore, in order to get, the benefit of not only the development, but to preserve the character by preserving that front pasture along Highway 11. That's why the conservation use overlay would be proposed. Be happy to answer any questions.
You can hold on to the remaining of your minutes, and you may do a rebuttal. Are there anyone in opposition of this zone? Okay, anyone in favor? Please, come on up.
I'm Sandy Morehouse. We live outside Mansfield on land that's owned by my family for a very long time. Our farm, which is owned by my wife, my children, and my grandchildren, leases our entire farm to the Birch Hunting Club, which has about 400 members and which uses the land which is directly adjacent to the proposed zoning. We've been doing it. We've been leasing it for 40 years, at least all of the land, not all of this land, but most of it. I've asked my wife Betsy to articulate our position.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us here. I'm Betsy Morehouse. I live on Jeff Cook Road, and our family owns the Birch Club. We have two major objections to the proposed change in the future land use plan.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. This is for all who are in favor. If you're in favor of it, you should be speaking there. If you're not in favor, you're supposed to sit there until time comes for you to speak in opposition. So yes, ma'am. So are there anyone else who is in favor of this particular zoning? Please come. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
I'll start again.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Betsy Morehouse. I live on Jeff Cook Road, and our family owns the Birch Club. We have two major objections to the proposed change in the future land use map from agricultural to residential. First, The assessment of this proposed change to the future land use map by the Planning Commission in its findings stated that the proposed map amendment will not have an adverse effect on the use or usability of adjacent or nearby properties. That's quoted from the Planning Commission. Burge Club owns adjacent property on 3 sides of this property for which the change in the future land use plan is proposed. This land is a fully licensed hunting preserve and has been for many years. Placing a residential subdivision next door would seriously threaten our usage of the land. Burge is a business. Hunting is the most important part of our revenue. So we object to the Planning Commission's findings and believe that they are incorrect. Second, and important to us and to many landowners in the area, some of whom are here, this property for which a residential subdivision is proposed is in the Highway 11 Preservation Corridor of the Newton County Future Land Use Map. The corridor includes not only land on both sides of Highway 11, but also a great deal of land and landowners east of Highway 11 along Highway 142 to New Bern, land on County Road 229, land on Sewell Road, land on County Road 213 between New Bern and Mansfield, and more. All those areas are in this Highway 11 preservation area. So what is the county's future vision for the Highway 11 preservation corridor as expressed in the future land use map, which the applicant for this subdivision is attempting to change? I quote from the future land use document: "Protect active farms from encroachment. Preserve the economic function of agriculture, livestock, and forestry. And most important, discourage residential subdivisions." If this change, the future land use map, is granted, you will set the precedent for ignoring the future land use map and the wishes of those who live in this preservation corridor. Once a precedent like this is set, I say, Katie, bar the door. Maybe everybody doesn't know what that means, but it's the chink in the armor. It opens the door to lots of changes. We, and those of us that live in that area, hope you will turn down this requested change in the future land use map for the good of those who live here and for the ultimate good of Newton County. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition? Would you like to rebuttal?
As I stated earlier, the use of the conservation overlay where we would preserve the open pasture land along the Highway 11 frontage. The key there is to maintain that character. When several years ago, when the proposal to have transfer of development rights with 20-acre minimums, that would have done, I believe, what the Morehouses would like to see out there. But 10 acres is not rural, and that's what your agricultural zone would allow. So you would have 11 driveways and houses fronting Highway 11 if it stays rural. If it goes to the conservation overlay, you would then enable the preservation of that pasture while being able to develop the back portion of the property. So that was the intent of the conservation overlay. The whole reason why that was added to the ordinance was to enable growth while preserving the rural character of the county.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Amen. This portion of the meeting, since I see no more comments, is closed. Is there a motion?
Sir, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to deny flume case number FLU 22-00005.
We have a motion by Commissioner Edwards. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Cowens. Are there any yes, time for comments.
Okay, Mr. Benson, would you mind coming back up here? My understanding, the back part of that property that you're proposing rezoning backs up to the Birch Plantation, which is also one of their hunting fields. I think they hunt dove out there. Have you evaluated the impacts to the Sheriff's Department, what shotgun shooting is going to do to residential areas in that area? Because dove hunters, you know how they are. They're going to shoot the bird. If the bird is flying, this house is way out here, they're going to fire at it. We're going to have Mr. Morehouse is going to end up dealing with about that.
No, sir. There, again, I go back to there will be 11 houses on this land by right. So you aren't going to be able to stop the development of residential in this area, because as it stands right now, they wouldn't even have to come in for anything other than a preliminary plat review for 11 lots, because it would meet all the zoning requirements as it's.
But they would be up on Georgia 11, right?
Well, it could be anywhere on the property.
Okay. They could be anywhere on the property. But you're not going to get, obviously, though, if you put that many houses, based on what your proposal was, we're going to get a lot of complaints about shotgun noise, pellets, things like that. Would you agree with that?
Potentially.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm listening to both sides of this, and so my concern is, I guess it would be for Patrick or it would be for Shana, because I know we changed some things when it came after the moratorium and the ordinances and everything in place. Did they meet all the application requirements? That's my concern, because I don't want to go against any codes, or I want to make sure I'm in compliance.
Yes, Commissioner, this time for the map amendment change they do.
Even with the, is it fire range, Commissioner? Is it a fire? Even with that next door, and everything is in compliance. I see it was unanimous when it came to the planning commission, so.
Yes, what they're requesting is in line with what our ordinance allows for them to do the future map amendment in order to do this residential subdivision.
And it's how many homes?
The acreage only allows no more than 56 lots.
I just want to make one comment, and it's not directed towards anyone. I want you all to remember this when other districts are coming forth and other residents are saying they don't want various things in their community. I want y'all to be fair across the board, because there's been many districts that came up here and said that they want certain things in their community, and we voted for it, although they met the code and compliance with whatever is dealing with development services. So I just want commissioners to think about when other residents come up here and they're contesting various things in their community, we gotta listen to everybody in the county.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to make some additional comments. In addition to the observations that have already been made, the Morehouses and Commissioner Cowan, the backside of this property is a shooting preserve, not just for dove hunting. They hunt 6 months out of the year. And when I shoot my guns at my house, and I do, the deputy inevitably is called, and I have 40 plus acres. So I can only imagine what's gonna happen with 56 houses plopped down in the middle of the pasture, adjacent to shotguns, the hunting that's taking place on this particular property on the back side. It's been taking place there for 50 years, by the way. So, and the farm has been in the with the Morehouse family for over 200 years. So, but I really, so all the Highway 11 preservation corridor, all that stuff's important. But I wanted to hit on one other thing before we vote, and amending the future land use plan to further allow for a rezoning that is 180 degrees on what exists there now. You would be totally out of sync with the flume and the rezoning elements of that area as they are today. Essentially, you would be this would lead to spot zoning. And let me read a definition of spot zoning, and I have the reference for anyone that's interested. An additional favorite claim of neighbors is that the rezoning constitutes spot zoning. Spot zoning is a term used by the courts to describe a zoning amendment which is invalid because it is not in accordance with a comprehensive or well-considered plan which we have in place. Eastland Incorporated versus Floyd County, Georgia, and I won't recite the case number, has been defined as the process of singling out a small parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of the other owners. Spot zoning is generally used to refer to rezoning a small parcel to classification that differs from the general surrounding area. And this would be sitting down a totally different zoning, eventually a totally different zoning than what surrounds it in 365 degrees. So, 360 degrees. So, with that, I would encourage my fellow commissioners to deny this change. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So, the motion was by Commissioner Edwards to deny. Is there a second? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. You're moving too fast for me. Second by Commissioner Cowell. Are there any discussion?
I just have one question. Shana, what districts were present to vote for this? Do you happen to know the districts? From the planning?
No, I can't recall.
If you don't worry about it. I was
Yeah.
just curious to know was your, Commissioner Edwards, was your zoning person present?
Yes, District 1 was there. That would be Mr. Ernie Smith.
Okay. Are you good?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Shana, with looking at this, with the current zoning, there is development that is possible, just not to this particular extent. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
If it were to remain zoned agricultural, the minimum lot size is 10 acres. So you'd have about 10 or 11 homes by right that can be developed there.
And if that happens, basically, that they won't have to come before this board to do that because of the present zoning that's already in place.
Correct. It'll just be a preliminary plat before the Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner Mason just sparked some questions in my head. So if by right they can have 11 homes, and even if we vote this down and they have 11 homes, they still gonna have the same issues with, as you asked him, with police. So what is gonna be the difference for voting for or against? I'm just trying to make sure before I vote, because if it's 11 homes there, if they feel that there is a noise ordinance or whatever, they still have to call the police, because by right, we as a board can't deny that by law. So what is the difference is what I'm trying to, there's still gonna be an issue with noise ordinance.
Well, I think the only difference would be the number of potential people that would be calling in to the sheriff's department. I mean, whether it's 11 or 56, I think it doesn't matter. I think it's just a matter of numbers.
So 56 homes is what he's proposing.
Correct.
Versus 11.
Right.
But it's still homes that by law. I just want everybody to hear that by law, we can't, as a commission, can't deny it. I just want everybody to hear that. So 11 homes are still going to be placed on that property.
Well, we can deny the future land use map amendment.
We could deny 56, but by law.
But we're not at the zoning phase yet.
Thank you. Any more questions? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Shana, when we just recently went through our zoning, and I know we're in the process of going through our comprehensive plan, which will probably entail zoning, and we'll really look at our county as a whole to decide from a future land use map perspective how we want to proceed and where we want to develop. So with your subject matter expertise, looking at this particular property, this may not be an answer that we have at this particular time because we haven't gone through that comprehensive plan to kind of decide where future development will take place, because we know more than likely, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, is it a probability that once we get through the comprehensive plan, we're going to see some of that future land use map possibly change, or will it remain the same, or will that drive what we currently have in place? Will that future land use map that we currently have on the books, will that drive how we develop in that comprehensive plan?
So I think the current uses that we do have in the county, that is something that the consultant team will have to look at in terms of addressing the future land use map and determining what changes, if any, will be needed and where. So that would be a starting point, because we've got some areas that have obviously been developed, that have changed since what was originally designated for the future land use, because we've had several applicants come before to change the future land use map. So one of the things they will look at is see if there's any kind of a trend there, or if there's any area or areas that would need adjusting or looking at, and then they'll take it from there.
So would it be best, and maybe this might be something that Commissioner Edwards could maybe think about, would it be best to maybe table this particular matter until we can review it further and not just make a decision right now, because we don't know what's going to change when it comes to that comprehensive plan? So would it be better to table it right now until we can get through that comprehensive plan to really address this concern?
The comprehensive plan won't be complete until June of next year. Right. So that is one thing to consider, and the board does have the authority to table it tonight if that is the wish. And set a time when the applicant can come again for to look at it. So that's a decision that's entirely up to the board. You do have that discretion.
And I'm just throwing it out there, Commissioner. I mean, it's up to you. I'm just putting it out there. But thank you for answering the question.
Thank you. Mr. Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick, just to get your opinion on this, the board has to approve the future land use map amendments. They're not just done because the comprehensive plan changes. They actually have to come in here with a proposal to change the future land use map. Is that correct?
There's two ways your future land use map is changed. One is by applicants coming to you and asking to change the flume. The other is this board acting on its own, either by picking an individual location and changing it on the flume, or by adopting a whole new flume. So right. I think
either way,
in the context of your new future land use map, you change the flume for this area, it would.
Either way, this board has to approve.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any more questions? There's a motion on the floor. Motion was made by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Cowan. All in favor? All opposed? It passes. I know, that's what I said. It was motion by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Cowan to deny. And I said all in favor. It was passed unanimous. Okay. Thank you. Next on, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next case this evening is a conditional use permit. It is CUP 22-00005. There is a companion case that was already heard by the BZA. It's variance, and it's VAR 22-00007, and it was approved on August 25th, 2022. The proposed use is for a kennel for boarding and grooming dogs. It is located at 240 Rocky Point Road. It is on 11.51 acres. Tax ID is 74-3. The future land use is residential. The existing zoning is agricultural residential. It's in the Yellow River watershed and in Commissioner District 1. And the owner and petitioner is Michaela Morgan and Michael Frechette, and our petitioner today is Michaela Morgan. History. On August 25th, 2022, the BZA voted to approve with staff recommendations VAR 22-00007, and this was to reduce the setbacks for the east and west property boundaries from 500 feet to 120 feet, as well as to locate the kennel between the road and the home, and this was approved by a vote of 4-0. And on September 27th, 2022, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the CUP by a vote of 3-0 with staff's recommendation, and they had an added number 5 condition as well. And again, the applicant's intent is to establish a kennel for boarding and grooming dogs. And the subject site is just over 11 acres, zoned agricultural residential. There is a just about over 2,000 heated square feet home currently on the property, and it has a peculiar pie shape, which is why they had to seek that variance. And this again was granted on August 25th. So based on the site plan that was submitted by the applicant, on August 29th, staff offers the following consideration. And we have to look at fencing, property development standards, general design, standards, and signage. So the site plan and a letter of intent indicate the current shed, which is on the property now, will be replaced with a structure approximately 20 by 50 by 9 feet for the kennel. And they have provided Vulcan Services with a survey of the property. The kennel will be placed in front of the home, in the front yard between the existing home and the road, but it will be set back about 700 feet from that road, which will be Rocky Point. The applicable section, and this is included in your staff packets, you have the definition for the kennel, and then the applicable section is from section 510-355, which is a kennel, which is 4 or more dogs. I'm not gonna go through all of this again, unless there are any questions, but this is in your staff packets. Conclusion, staff recommends approval of the conditional use request to establish a kennel for boarding and grooming of dogs with recommended conditions. And recommended conditions, should this petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved for a conditional use permit for commercial dog kennel by subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. A, prior to the release of the business license, you must provide a copy of an approved fire inspection from the Newton County Fire Marshal to Development Services and complete an annual fire inspection from the Newton County Fire Services Department. B, prior to any construction of the kennel, the applicant must apply for and get approval for all required permits from Development Services. The application must include a detailed site plan of the project. And C, obtain environmental health approval before the issuance of a business license. 2, must submit and maintain state licenses from the Georgia Department of Agriculture and submit yearly to Development Services Department upon renewing their business license. 3, any outside activity or exercises, and this is for the animals, dogs, must occur within fenced enclosures, 5 feet in height, and it must be at least 100 feet off of any boundary line on the property. 4, there will be no more than 25 kennels allowed. And 5, this was added by the Planning Commission. The couple is approved for 2 years, at which time the applicant will return to the Planning Commission board to be heard. This is an aerial view of the property. You can see it is pie-shaped, narrow at the road, wide at the back. And we just can show a little bit of the measurements here. So it's going to be over 700 feet off the road, even though it's in the front yard, technically. It's just an aerial view showing what it looks like today. It is zoned agricultural residential. The future land use is residential, RES. It's in the Yellow River watershed, District 1. This is a boundary survey of the parcels. So currently we have the existing home here. This is the existing shed that will be with a fence that will be torn down and replaced with the kennel. And this is just a rendering that was submitted by the applicant and a potential layout of what the kennel will look like. And if there are any questions.
Yes, are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Edwards and then Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sheena, and you may have said this and I just missed it. Will there be any breeding at this facility? Any dog breeding?
Breeding? As far as we were told by the applicant, it will be for boarding and grooming.
This question may be for Patrick. Can we ask stipulations as a board tonight? If this is just a flume,
no, sir. This is a conditional use permit.
Yeah. You could condition it on no breeding operations.
Not to my knowledge, sir. It's just for boarding and grooming. When we spoke with the applicant, those were the uses they explained.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shana, I may have misunderstood, but did you say this was a companion case to something?
Yes, a variance. In August, we had a variance that was heard because of the shape of the lot. There's a 500 setback from all boundaries next to residential. They couldn't meet it on these two, on the east and west boundaries. So the variance was to reduce that 500 feet to 120 feet.
So we've already approved that, right?
The BZA has already approved that,
okay.
Correct,
Thank
yes.
You. Are there any more questions for staff? Okay, there'll be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm sorry, 10 minutes for anyone who's in opposition, in favor.
Yes, I think the applicant is here.
10 minutes for anybody who's in favor. If you would, please come.
Morgan, and I own 240 Rocky Point Road in Covington near Jackson Lake. For the breeding, absolutely not. I was a vet tech for 6 years before I became a stay-at-home mother that started pet sitting and grooming, and I've just expanded to where I need to have a boarding facility. I'm totally against breeding, so you do not have to worry about that at all. I have 4 goats that I don't necessarily am not a breeder, but they are pregnant. But that's as far as breeding is going to get on this land. So absolutely no dog breeding, and not even a chance. I will not allow, if there's an unneutered male and an unfixed female, they will not be able to be in the same fence to even start that breeding for those clients as well. My biggest thing is I've been pet sitting for about 7 years once I became a vet tech at 18. One thing led to another. Once I had my son, I ended up not wanting to go back to work, but I missed working with the animals. I grew up on a farm, and if you've seen in the past, this was a wooded lot. We have been clearing for pasture. We do plan on getting horses. We do have goats and chickens and such now. But with a blessing in disguise, word of mouth kind of traveled really quickly, and I'm extremely busy. I am getting calls every day for pet sitting. I do own a mobile grooming company in Newton County that is licensed and insured. We also do grooming at my house. There is a current shed there that will be torn down. It is in no way, shape, or form for boarding or grooming. It's literally just a well house, pretty much, in my husband's tool shed. That will be torn down. Now, there is 2 fences that's already there for if we get approved for this dog building. It is both 5 foot high. One is going to be for a small dog fence, and one is for a large dog fence. And then actually, those are also fenced inside of a pasture fence that we have fenced in. So most of the land is fenced in, and then there's fencing on top of fencing. So that kind of accords with, I know that the fences have to be at least 5 foot. But other than that, now the 25 kennels, this diagram, it shows 26, but I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. I've been in PICU with my daughter and my son that was both admitted for a couple of days with RSV. They did actually get to go home this evening. Thank the Lord, so I was able to be here. It shows 26, but actually that last one to the far left down is actually a closet. It is not supposed to be a kennel. That one right there, yes. That is actually supposed to be a closet, but I forgot to label that as I was sitting in the hospital bed trying to design this. So there is 25 kennels. Now I would like to mention, I'm not sure if that meant just boarding kennels, but in the grooming room, I would like to have portable rolling grooming kennels just where the dogs would be while they're getting, groomed, and then put back in those kennels until their parents pick up. I don't know if that's going to be an issue because there is 25 boarding kennels already, but that would be my only concern if we could extend the kennel usage just so I can have some grooming kennels in the barn.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
so
it.
You have about 6 minutes and 58 seconds left. Would you like to use it for rebuttal? Come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. So all those in favor, if everybody will come in favor, please come. If anybody else in favor. Okay. So that portion is closed right now. All those in opposition, would you please come at this time? All right, so that's good. So at this time, is there a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve conditional use permit CUP 22-000005 with staff recommendations.
Second.
Commissioner.
Thank you. So, if Ms. Morgan sold her property, this cup is not transferable, is that correct? Does that die with her selling of the property?
It is unique to her specific case.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All in favor? It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next case this evening is a rezoning. It is REZ 22-000011. It's located on Henderson Mill Road on 12.71 acres. Tax ID is 88-012C. The existing land use map is RR, rural residential. Existing zoning is agricultural. Proposed zoning is agricultural residential. Watershed is Bear Creek, Alcovey River. It's in Commissioner District 1. Current owner is NAC Construction, and our petitioner today is Loretta Lynn Bice. The history: on May 24, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the flume to be amended to rural residential. On June 21st, the Board of Commissioners approved the flume rural residential. The applicant's intent is to rezone the parcel from agricultural It's agricultural residential for the purpose of subdividing the parcels into 5 lots. The subject site again is 12 acres. The Planning Commission did recommend this for approval as well. Conclusion or findings. Provided staff's recommended conditions are incorporated into the development of the site, the proposed zone change request to agricultural residential is consistent with policies and intent of the comprehensive plan and with the approved zonings in the area. And again, the applicant's intent is to subdivide the parcel into 5 lots, and that's the purpose of the rezoning. So based on the site plan submitted July 25th, 2022 by the applicant to Development Services, staff offers the following consideration. Land use and density. The applicant is proposing that the lot be rezoned from A to AR to allow for subdivision of the property into 5 parcels in order to construct single-family residences. In the agricultural district, it is required to have a minimum of 10-acre parcels. And although there's 12.71 acres, there are limits to the way in which the tract can be subdivided in that case. So in order to subdivide the property, the applicant is requesting this zone change, agricultural residential, to accommodate their proposal. Conclusion. Given the fact that the property is zoned A and in close proximity of similar existing zonings as agricultural residential, along with the applicant's proposed uses of the land, staff is of the opinion that the rezoning may be appropriate for the site. And the recommended conditions. Should this petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved AR, agricultural residential, conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. A minor plat of the newly created parcels must be submitted and approved by the Department of Development Services. And B, any required permits must be obtained from the Department of Development Services before any construction or development on the property. And this is an aerial view of where the property is located. Current zoning is agricultural. The flume is approved to be rural residential. It's split between 2 watersheds, Alcovy and Bear Creek. And this is the survey or the proposed layout. All lots are greater than 2 acres, which is required by the underlying watershed district. Oh, if there are any questions for staff.
Any questions? Well, staff? Commissioner Cowell.
Exactly where that property is.
Where is it? Yeah. It is on Henderson Mill Road. McDonald. So McDonald Road is down here. And it's actually the corner of Henderson, or almost to the corner of Henderson and McDonald Road. Maybe you can see better on this one here. So this is McDonald Road here, and then Henderson Mill.
Okay. Have we done any zonings in that area recently, or in the last year or so?
We did a rezoning of this parcel right here recently, just up the road, yeah. To the same agricultural residential. All the light green spots are AR, which is what they're asking to go to. This is a rural estate down here. And then everything else is agricultural zoning.
Okay. Are we getting into the same problem we had with Mr. Morehouse? We're not? Okay. I'm just asking Stan a question. I'm sorry.
Are there any more questions? Questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Mr. Applewhite.
The applicant is here, Chairman.
Amen. With the, who all is in favor, would you please come at this time? Could you give me a name, please, for the record? Name and address.
Good evening. My name is Loretta Bice. I will be living at 70 70 McDonald Road, which is the back side of this farm. And the NAC Construction is proposing 5 homes, to where most of the 5 homeowners are all related. So they're just developing it for, like Ms. Smith here, her parents.
Please speak to the mic if you could, please.
We have been before you guys before, and we appreciate you listening to us again. We have, the last few meetings that we've had, we have the stipulations that we needed to have all of the lots to be 2 acres or more, and we have done that. All the forms, documents, and everything have been presented. And we just ask that you guys allow us to please start building our house now. It would be myself and my husband, my parents, and as she said, her grandson and another mother and son. So we'll be a great addition.
Is there anyone else who may be in favor if you're through? Anyone else? Are y'all through?
In favor?
Yes, ma'am. Anybody else in favor?
All
May
three
want
of
to come?
them.
Would you like to come and make a statement?
Do y'all want to come talk?
There we go.
Still have a little time left.
Yeah, we got a few more.
State your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Smith, and I presently live in 55 Trasher Road, Covington. And basically, we just have looked around for different areas where we want to live and set up home. And the area that we have found the most is the area that you're looking at present. We're not looking to do anything different with it. We're looking to maintain the way it is and just live a peaceful, happy life and keep down the noise where possible. That's about it, really, guys. I haven't got too much more to say. There will be a few sheep, cows, chickens, ducks, that kind of stuff involved. Loud music on the weekends. No, I'm only joking. But that's about it, really. Yeah, we work a lot, so we're never really home. And we're just looking for somewhere to invest in for when we are home. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I will leave it to the professionals.
Are there any questions? So, if not, would y'all, is there anyone in opposition to this zoning? Would you please come at this time? I don't believe there's an opposition. So what we're going to do, Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'd like a motion to approve rezoning case number REZ 22-000011 with staff recommendations.
Second. There's been a motion by Commissioner Edwards and a second by District 4 County Commissioner J.C. Henderson. Are there any comments in this discussion? See anyone? All vote. Ms. Appleway, next.
Our next case this evening is another rezoning. It's REZ 22-000012, located on McDonald Road. It's on 41.93 acres. Tax ID is 89-9F. Existing land use map is rural residential. Existing zoning is agricultural. The proposed zoning is agricultural residential. Watershed is Alcovey River. It's located in Commissioner District 1. Current owner is Stuart McDonald, and our petitioners today are David and Tiffany Lynch. An applicant's intent is to rezone it from A to AR for the purpose of subdividing out 5 acres. So they're doing 1 5-acre lot. And again, the site is on McDonald Road and it's over 40 acres. Conclusions to findings. Provided staff's recommended conditions are incorporated into the development of the site. The proposed zone change request to AR is consistent with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan and with approved zonings in the area. On the site plan analysis, based on the plan submitted August 2nd to the department, the following considerations are offered. So the land use and density. The applicant is proposing that the lot be rezoned from A to AR to allow for 5 acres to be subdivided out. In the A zoning, typically it's a 10-acre minimum, so that this wouldn't allow them to do it in this case, hence why they're requesting it to be rezoned to agricultural residential. Conclusion. Given the fact that the property is zoned A in close proximity of similar existing zonings as AR, along with the applicant's proposed uses of the land, staff is of the opinion that the rezoning may be appropriate for the site. And the recommended conditions. Should this petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved agricultural residential conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. A minor plat of the newly created parcel must be submitted and approved by Development Services, and B, any required permits must be obtained from the Department of Development Services before construction or development of the property. And this is an aerial of the lot. Current zoning is agricultural. Future land use map, rural residential. Alcovy River is the watershed, and it's in Commissioner District 1. This is the parcel up here, it's the boundary survey of the 41 acres. And this is a concept of what they're getting ready to subdivide out, the 5 acres up here. And then this is going to be the remainder. And if there are any questions for staff, I believe the applicant is present.
Are there any more questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Ms. Appleway. Who all is in favor? Would you please come at this time and state your name?
David Lynch.
Tiffany Lynch. Basically, we're just trying to cut out 5 acres from my parents' land to build a house on it. So, that's all I have.
That's all I need?
That's all I got.
Is there anyone else in favor? Would you please come at this time? Amen. So I see there's no one else in be in favor. Are there anyone who's in opposition? Would you please come at this time? I see that there's none. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm very familiar with this piece of property. I'd like to make a motion this time to approve rezoning case number REZ 22-000012 with staff recommendation.
There has been a motion by Commissioner Edwards. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mason. There has been motion and second. Are there any discussion? Trusting there's none. All in favor? 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, our final case this evening is a modification. It is MOD 22-000002. And proposal is to modify the conditions of zoning from case number MOD 11-000138 by substituting the site plan for condition number 2A, which references the preliminary site plan associated with a proposed operation of a landscape business, and to remove condition number 3D, which limits the hours of operation from 7 a.m. through 10 p.m., and also to remove condition 3E, which requires the maintenance of a 75-foot tree line along Shepherd Road. So the existing zoning is general commercial, and it is in the Salem Overlay Tier 2. It's located at 2486 Highway 81, parcel size 2.63 acres. Tax ID 28A-1. This is in Commissioner District 4. Current owner is Catherine Dale Chestnut, and our petitioner and representative today is John Nix. And again, applicant's intent is to modify the condition of zoning for a previous modification that was done, MOD 11-00138. And what their intent is to substitute a new site plan for the one that was submitted back in 2011, and that would be condition 2A. And then they would like to remove condition 3D, which would be addressing the hours of operation, as well as to remove condition 3E, which requires the maintenance of a 75-foot tree line buffer along Shepherd Road. On September 20, 2011, the Board of Commissioners approved REZ 11-00100 and FLU 11-00101. So this was the original rezoning case to allow the property to be rezoned from R3 to general commercial to allow a landscaping business. In December of that year, a petition to modify was filed, MOD 11-00138, which was filed with the Board of Commissioners to amend the petition as follows. And I have put the conditions from that original modification in your packets. The condition that was modified was 3F up here, and it is outlined in your packet. They removed the original 3F and substituted with a new one. So that was what the modification was in 2011. And these are the conditions that were there. Today, the existing conditions to be modified would be 2A, so it's the owner's agreement to abide by the following: A, to the site plan received by the Development Services Department on January 26, 2011, and the legal description received by the Development Services Department on August 2, 2011. Said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance, other applicable ordinances or regulations, and these conditions prior to the approval of the land disturbance permit or other applicable development or grading permit. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy or the business license. So the applicant is proposing to substitute this site plan that was submitted in 2011 with a new one today. And the second condition they'd like to have modified is 3, D, and E. And that's the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. D, hours of operation shall be limited from 7 a.m. through 7 p.m. So they're asking us to remove this condition. And E, all existing trees along the northern property line adjacent to Shepherd Road for a width of no less than 75 feet shall remain and shall be kept in their natural state and replaced as necessary. So they're asking to remove this condition as well. And it will be replaced with a landscaping plan suitable for the use they're proposing. Conclusion. Should the Board of Commissioners recommend approval of the modification to modify conditions 2A and to remove conditions 3D and 3E of the 2011 modification petitions, staff recommends the following conditions to be applied to the property. So should this modification petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where this condition conflicts with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards and regulations. A, they must maintain a landscaped strip as approved by the county along Shepherd Road. B, the hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, 7 days per week. C, all other conditions from the original rezoning dated July 19, 2005, and staff has added also the modified case from December 20th, 2011. So all the conditions from those two cases as approved by the Board of Commissioners shall still apply. So when they remove these two conditions that they're requesting, they still have to comply with the remaining conditions from those two cases. This is an aerial view of where the parcel is located. It's just by the new roundabout that was put in at 81 and Salem Road. And that is Shepherd Road behind here. Zoning, general commercial. Salem overlay tier 2. It's in the Yellow River watershed. This is the survey with the proposed layout that they have submitted. And then there's a concept plan
Shana, exactly what are they modifying as far as the site plan goes?
As far as the,
Does it deal with the encroachments or the property lines or anything like that?
no, so one of the conditions they're asking to modify, there's supposed to be a 75 feet border back here, with a tree line. And they're asking to remove that, and then it's going to be replaced, if the board approves it, with a landscaped buffer. So we're not removing the buffer entirely. So that is one of the conditions. The other one was the hours of operation. They wanted to change it to 6 a.m. to 12 midnight. And then, of course, this is the new site plan that they would like to substitute for the one that was submitted in condition 2A. Because before it was a landscaping business before, but they are proposing commerce now.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Particular zoning? Thank you, Ms. Hathaway. Who all is in favor of this modification? Please come at this time.
Good evening. My name is John Nix, 945 Bank Street, Conyers, Georgia. I'm here for the owner, Catherine Dale Chestnut. The individual or the company that's contracted with Ms. Chestnut to purchase this property it's a company called Albari Investments. They're active in Greater Atlanta. They have approximately 24 locations in the Greater Atlanta area. And their brands they typically sell to or operate out of are Shell, Gulf, and Texaco. They consider this site what they would like to be a flagship for their operation. This is the first time they'll be combining a convenience store with standalone commercial. Typically, it's not standalone. Their investment is going to be between $3 and $3.5 million for this site. They want it to be a grade A, class 1 site, similar to what we'd experienced from a Quick Trip, something on that level as far as their cleanliness and their presentation. The site right now as it sits is got the right future land use maps, got the right zoning. What inhibits the proposed use is the two conditions we're asking to be removed. If you look at the site plan to the rear that goes to Shepherd Road, if you're familiar with the property, there is a fence line that goes down along Shepherd Road with an existing tree line. A lot of the trees are trees that have gone up through the fence line, but there is a decent stand of trees there. The solid line that's in green coming down from Shepherd Road, that's actually the edge of right-of-way. So Shepherd Road's got 40 feet of right-of-way, about 20 feet of pavement, and then the right-of-way actually comes into that line, and that's all trees. You've also got sanitary sewer that runs, she thinks I know how to operate that. You also have sanitary sewer that runs along the right-of-way. If you look, as I'm standing looking at the site, if you look to the far left, that area can probably be preserved with the tree line. We're asking to remove the condition, but one of the things we're going to try and do is preserve that tree line right there. As you go past the driveway to that curve, that's where the tree line is going to have to come out, simply because the grade differential. Shepherd Road is about 8 or 9 feet below the grade of final grade on the proposed site. And then all the way back to the corner where it tapers down, we'd be able to preserve trees in that tapered corner, but because of what's going to be required to do the detention facility, there'd have to be clearing in that space. And we're proposing to do planted buffer there. I'd really like it to be replanting of some trees and make it look like more of a park setting. And I know you're saying, how can it be a park setting with a detention pond? One of the things we're going to do is have an urban pond, which basically means the cover at the bottom of the pond is going to be suitable for mowing. It's not going to be like a lawn, but it's going to be able to match up to the lawn that surrounds it to hopefully give a good-looking green space there. I think I'm going to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal or discuss further what the opposition has in mind. I'd also say that when you stand in the circle of the roundabout, which I've done, and move completely like a clock, there are 2 other convenience stores in this area, and they were all built before the overlay. And because of the overlay, the architectural requirements for this facility, it'll be the first thing at this roundabout that will be subject to those conditions. So it's going to be a significant upgrade as far as appearance, because of the glass requirements, the architectural requirements, everything that goes about your overlay for this roundabout. Not only will it be the flagship of all of our investments, but it will be the flagship of this roundabout. And I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more people in favor? All right. Thank you. Or anyone in opposition of this modification?
I'm Jimmy Nail, live on Cedar Road in Covington. I have a particular interest in this corner right here. How did we get from a landscaping to stores? What is that? I thought it was a landscaping spot that's going to go in there. Right? And then the property adjoining it, I happen to own it. Let's see a little bit of it there in the frame that's up there. And that 2005, 2011 stuff y'all worked on before, that was pre-traffic circle. There was actually more land there. I don't know that there's 2.63 acres there. The sign was said 2.63 acres before they put the traffic circle in. So I'd like to know how much land's actually there. And they're doing away with buffers, setbacks. I mean, what next, you know? What next? My building's grandfathered in. But I couldn't build that building there now. And so I'm against it. I'm against it. I don't think there's 2.63 acres there. There's been a traffic circles come in since you guys struck a deal 11 years ago or 15 years ago or whenever. It's all changed now. So I don't know what else to say. That's not no landscaping business. Kind of looks like a whole bunch of buildings and parking lots there, and I just don't think the land's there to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else in opposition? Please come at this time.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Carla Hooper, 45 Carmody Circle, Covington, Georgia. As the gentleman said, I was a little confused sitting out in the audience. I saw landscaping in the agenda, but I did read something about a convenience store, gas station, so I'm confused. Is it a landscaping business or is this another convenience store? Because again, when I thought it was a landscaping business, I said, why would a landscaping business want to cut down a beautiful tree line? So I am concerned that we are getting rid of green space. And the presenter said we might do this, we might do that, but nothing is guaranteed in what he will replace for that green space. So I would say we should not do that. And if this is a convenience store, I don't know how many convenience stores are open to midnight. I don't know if that's a good thing to have in the area. I do know of convenience stores like the Kroger, they close at 10 o'clock. So those two things are a concern, and I would like some clarity. Is this a landscape business or a convenience store? Thank you.
Or anyone else in opposition? At this time, please come back. I'm sorry.
First of all, it was, when y'all rezoned it, it was rezoned for a commercial use of a landscape company. It just so happens that the overlay in this tier allows this use too. So it's zoned properly for the use. What makes it a challenge is that the two conditions that we're talking about, and the first gentleman is correct as far as to do what they're trying to do on this site is tight, but remember, if these conditions are removed, then the applicant, the owner, all of our investment would probably close, and they would come and try and get a land disturbance permit. And when they come and get that land disturbance permit, under your zoning, they're going to have to comply with all of overlay requirements. In fact, a couple of the overlay requirements are not met by the site plan. That's why it's conceptual. So if there are setbacks that are required under the overlay, everything that's required under the overlay is going to apply. The conditions that we're addressing are conditions in addition to those overlay requirements that were required at the landscape company. A lot of convenience stores operate different hours than from what we're proposing of 6 to 12. It's very common for convenience stores to open at 6 o'clock. We're certainly not proposing a 24-hour facility. And because of the overlay, the lighting requirements for your overlay are going to minimize the lighting on the site too. The overlay makes it a very challenging thing to do as far as a common convenience store versus what you're asking in your overlay. And one of the reasons Alvari wants this site is because they want it to be their flagship, so they're willing to make that investment. So it's not going to be a run-of-the-mill. The tree line on the back, yes, some of it's going to have to come down. How much of it's going to come down, I can't tell you, because it's based on site conditions and the grade that's required to get that detention pond in. All I can say is that there's going to be an effort made to make an $1 investment. When you look at all of the commercial property around this circle, I looked at the values on your tax digest. They don't equal combined this investment. I don't know if that, I think that, and it's a positive investment as far as what it looks like, what the appeal is. And it seems that the objections to it are from the adjacent property owner, and also some confusion, which I understand when you look at the application about the pre-existing use that was allowed of the landscape company. But we're here to ask you to consider removing those two conditions and allow us to move forward to see if we can put this facility on the site.
What was the, what was staff recommendation?
First one was to maintain a landscape strip as approved by the county along Shepherd's Road. So they're not going to just remove the tree line completely. We will ensure that it's maintained and can be kept. And then the hours of operation, we're going to recommend it's changed from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, and that will be for 7 days per week. And then all of the conditions from the original rezoning case, as well as the modified case in December, we're asked that they have to keep those conditions, they'll still apply. So we're not removing any of the other conditions, we're just modifying those two that they're requesting.
Yes, ma'am. So the planning commission recommendation is to approve.
So this actually did not go before the planning commission.
Okay, I understand non-voting.
Modifications come, sorry?
Vote staff then. Y'all had to look at it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
That's
sir.
the staff, you know, so.
What was your recommendation?
Yes.
These are our recommendations here too, after speaking with the applicant. So we are putting time, hours on it. It's just different from what was originally there since they asked us to remove those. But we weren't looking for a 24-hour operation. So this was recommended, we were in agreement with these hours. And then of course, we're not taking down the landscaping completely. It's just where, so it's just, if you look at the side plan, so in this area here where we've got the pavement, they're gonna have to do some grading here to take down some of the trees there and where the detention pond has to go in. But we do have ways that they can compensate or plant trees in different areas on the property to maintain that greenscape.
What, because I don't see it in the packet, I saw the following uses that are not allowed, but I didn't see in the packet what is allowed if we were to change this modification. Are there anything else besides this retail space and a landscaping business? Are those the only two? Or are there other uses that are allowed? Because I don't see those here.
Correct. So the other uses that will be allowed are as stated in our use tables in the ordinance. So in the Salem overlay, there is about 2 pages of uses that are allowed. So it would be all of those except these that are listed. These are the ones that could not go in there. And the convenience store is not listed as a prohibited use as one of the original conditions. So this is why this use would be allowed. And we would have to consult with the ordinance and any proposed uses that come in. We always check with ordinance to make sure that it is an allowed use or not.
Also, there are, when you look at Shepherd Road, there are a line of homes that are there. How would this particular project impact those homes that are actually along Shepherd Road, or will they at all?
And this would be one of the reasons why we are still maintaining a buffer along this road. It wouldn't be the full 75 feet. Because Shepherd Road acts as a separation between this lot and the homes, technically they're not adjacent to, so we couldn't enforce the required buffer for that boundary over there. And it would be about 10 feet if it were enforced, according to the Salem overlay.
Okay, so it shouldn't negatively impact those homeowners that are there. I don't even know if we may not have had a conversation with them or even know what their thought process is behind having this type of project or having this type of establishment where when they walk out of their front door, this is what they're going to actually see. Also, the other gentleman that came up, he said that he owned the land adjacent to this. Is that the one? Yeah, right there where it used to be a grocery store. Is it that land, or is it the land right next to?
This is the only parcel that is adjacent to this one actually, because it touches directly. Yes.
Correct. So he owns that. Is that correct? So you own the store? Okay. Yes. So do we even know what the expected usage is of that land adjacent to see if this particular project and what potentially the owner's potential expectation or usage for the adjacent property, would both of these projects really mirror or complement each other, or would they not complement each other, or do we even know?
So currently we are reviewing land disturbance permit plans for this property here, which is also for a convenience store with gas station, with pumps. So this project is being reviewed right now. So they're going to be similar uses side by side. The ordinance does not prohibit this. So legally, we could not tell one or the other, no, they could locate there with that business.
So we could potentially have 2 convenience stores right next to each other.
Correct.
And then also, I know you were saying the modification possibly until 12. If I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, I think most convenience stores are closing like at 11 versus 12. So I don't know if that will make a major difference or not with that 1 hour.
And that's probably a question for the applicant, but I do want you to know the board does have the discretion to change the conditions before, approval, if they would like to see it at 11 o'clock. But I think in terms of how it will affect the business, maybe the applicant can answer
So
that.
yes, if you don't mind, Mr. Nix, answering that question, what would be that hour difference? Because generally, about 11 o'clock is normally the latest. From what I've observed.
I can't answer that commercially. I know what the request of the client was, and that's what I'm advocating. I don't know what an hour difference makes. I would say, as far as the residential to the rear, the whole commercial orientation and parking and frontscape of the structures are all going toward the roundabout, and it would be the rear of the building that would have the screening of hopefully 50% of the existing tree line and then what we plant. We're going to have 5,400 square feet proposed of convenience store and 7,700 square feet of commercial. That's what makes the site different than the property adjacent, because you have that commercial space that's available. It's anticipated that one of those spaces is going to be a restaurant, which seems to be the trend when you build more than a convenience store. And I would say that market drives what people want to do with land. Now, that doesn't drive what y'all let them do with land, but it drives what people want to do with land. This is a pretty sophisticated company. They have 24 locations in metropolitan Atlanta. They've looked at this site. I know they've looked at the traffic. They've looked at the roundabout. They know what goes through there. They also know that they're familiar with the property next door. They're also familiar with these other 2 locations that are right there, along with a Dollar General and a restaurant. And they feel that they can make an investment between $3 and $3.5 million to be successful. That doesn't speak to everything y'all have to consider, but the private enterprise side of this says, yeah, this is a really good place for us to go. And again, it's going to look like the Salem overlay that y'all's ordinance provides as far as architectural advantages, and it's going to, I think, enhance that roundabout and maybe drive some other development for some of the older buildings that are there. One of the buildings there that's a convenience store dates back to 1972, which isn't that old. But I mean, they've got a temporary garage structure in front of it that's on. I'm not knocking it, but I mean that's the use that's there compared to what you'd have with something constructed pursuant to the overlay.
Right. And they have the convenience store that you're referencing. I know they did do some renovations and they've tried to do some upgrades to kind of help get it up to, of course, not to that Salem overlay, but to give it different aesthetics to kind of help look better in that particular area.
You're exactly right. And that's reflected on the tax records too, that they did some improvements several years ago. But again, it's not the standard that you're looking for based on your zoning and your land use plan for this roundabout. But I hope I addressed your question.
You did. I guess just where I'm, and of course it's Commissioner Henderson's district. It was very close to my district, so I'm very familiar with the area. Just the competition of possibly having 2 convenience stores may be something that we may want to take into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
That was my concern too, but I didn't know exactly what it was going to be, because looking at some of the information didn't really tell exactly what it may be. And so my concern would be with that store that's already there, how is it going to affect their business? And then I'm seeing it's being in a roundabout, the traffic, roundabout's supposed to help us with the traffic. And you're gonna have two businesses next to each other, and then somebody's going to both stores at the same time, trying to get out and get into the roundabout. So that's my other concern of the traffic. That's what the roundabout's supposed to be for, is to help make traffic smoother. So that's a huge concern for me with and you said it's not a gas station, it's just a convenience store. It's not gonna have pumps. Yes,
No, it's a convenience store with gas.
That's the other issue. That's gonna bring a lot of traffic in that one little roundabout, and how all those people's gonna get in. And are you gonna have any trucks, big, huge trucks going in there putting the gas? So that's a huge concern too. So how are those huge trucks gonna go through that roundabout, get in and get out, back out? So there's a lot of concerns with this project. And then the other thing, possibly maybe meet with the residents to hear their concerns. Because that's one of the things I know in that area, and it's also not far from District 3, we all are connected. They've had huge issues with gas stations in that area. So it's a possibility to maybe speak with the residents as well, have a town hall to hear from them. Because I don't want to be putting something in place when you have the residents, and I know developers have their rights. I don't want to infringe on your rights, but I do think about the residents in the area as well.
I anticipated two of your questions, not the third one.
I know I was wrong.
No. We did a radius study, which looks on the truck turning radius and the ability to get in and out of the site, and it works. However engineers do that, it passed muster. The second thing is, you'll see on this diagram, in particular, the two entryways onto the site that are already there. You see those two curb cuts inside the front? Well, one's outside the blue triangle, one's inside the blue triangle. When DOT designed this roundabout for this intersection, for the traffic they already saw was coming there, because they did traffic counts to do it, and what's there today, those are the two curb cuts they provided for this property. So the potential, the design that's presented to you all is using the same two curb cuts DOT identified and located for use on the roundabout. So we're stemming right up to what they proposed and built out there. The property to the left, the gentleman that spoke, his entry and in and out is not at the roundabout. It's as you approach the roundabout. So it's just a different way of locating it. But the DOT plan how to get in and out of this site based on their design of the roundabout. And of course, we said, the engineers that designed our site said, yeah, that's what we're going to use, of course, not wanting to buck the DOT on where they picked them. But we anticipated that. Finally, about the neighbors, I did not reach out to the neighbors. I was really surprised because of the people that came out in 2011 for the landscape, that people weren't here. As I sat in position number 6, I kept waiting for my group to show up, and we certainly would try to talk to them. But the biggest thing they wanted back then was that tree line, and that's the thing that we're trying to preserve partially. We cannot build this site without taking down some of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I've kind of made a decision since this is in District 4, and I've been nudged on by 2 commissioners too as well. I think the right thing to do at this juncture is for us to table it and give time maybe to advertise to the community to come out and kind of hear they say. And I spoke to the county attorney. I spoke to the county attorney, and he was telling me that wouldn't, at this juncture, mess up the zoning, because this gives us a chance to.
You're allowed to table an item if you think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So, I'd like to make a motion to table this until, what is a good time? You think it's a good time? Next meeting? 60 days? 60 days? 60 days, and we should come back before this board and it gives opportunity for the districts, the two districts to come together and talk about it. The districts to come together and talk about it, and then we'll make a decision. I'll make a decision then. I make the informal motion.
I'll second.
It has been motioned by me, the 4th District County Commission, and second by District 2 Commissioner Mr. Mason. All in favor? All in favor to table. Okay, it passes. 60 days. It passes 5-0.
So that'd be sometime in December or going into January, right? To make that. As always, y'all, thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
next item we have on the agenda is going to be number 9 of 22, the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trusting everybody have read it and know what's on it.
9A would be approval of cancellation of regular board meetings for November 15th and December 20th. That would mean that we would have one meeting in November
Correct.
and one meeting in December as we traditionally do.
Okay. Can I have a motion? Does somebody make a motion? Commissioner Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make I don't know if this would be an amended motion.
Substitute.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, to add items 10, 13, 15, 18, and 19 to the consent agenda. The second time. 10, 13, 15, 18, and 19.
15 and 18.
It's a motion to amend the agenda to add those items, and then if that's approved, we'll vote on that.
Okay. So just so everybody know, would you explain to us, please, County Attorney, Mr. Patrick?
There's been a motion to amend the agenda to add items 10, 13, 15, 18, and 19 to the consent agenda.
So moved as stated by the county attorney.
Second for point of discussion.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and seconded by Commissioner Mason. Are there any discussion? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I have a question. So is it possible to put our monthly financials under the consent agenda? Or, because I think that has to actually be presented, correct?
Well, there is a written presentation. There is no requirement that we spoke about. But there is a written presentation.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I wanted to make sure that we were doing it correctly. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Any more discussion?
More discussion?
Commissioner Edwards, can you repeat those numbers again? I'm just trying to make sure I have those correct.
Yes, ma'am. Motion to amend the agenda to add items 10, 13, 15, 18, and 19 to the consent agenda.
Okay. 15, 18, and 19.
Okay, it has been motioned and it has been second. All in favor? It passed unanimously.
And I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'd like someone to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second. Second. It has been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Cowan. All those in favor? All opposed? Passes 5-0.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to make mention of the board appointments, just so that their
Yes,
names are
ma'am.
recorded.
Please do.
We have the Newton County Board of Health, Miss Louise Adams, her reappointment. Newton County Planning Commission, Ernie Smith, District 1. Newton County Zoning Board of Appeals, Nick Hathorn, Chairman's appointment, and Newton County Zoning Board of Appeals, Mr. James Russell for District 4. And the next,
Thank you. Go ahead.
yes,
please.
sir. The next item on the agenda, Mr. Vice Chair, is number 11. We have our presenter, Mr. Dwayne Mass, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation Purchasing is requesting approval of RJB and Associates Contractors, Inc. Construction Services Agreement contract for Nelson Heights Pavilion Project number 23-05 to construct a 20-by-40 pavilion.
Thank you. Mr. Mass, if you would please.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening, Commissioner.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, just as Ms. Latanya spoke, we're requesting tonight y'all's approval to be able to build the 20-by-40 pavilion at Nelson Heights Community.
Are there any questions? I have a question of Dwayne. Mr. Mass, I mean, we all call you Dwayne. Dwayne, question I have
Yes, sir.
is what's the price of that pavilion? Or have we got, or just somebody give us a quote?
No, I mean, we bid it out, and this is pretty much what it come back as. And talked with Mr. Jeff Bryan, and he says that's kind of where we're at this day and time with prices. So,
I agree.
and I'm with you. We built them for a lot less. But that's
So
kind of
the people may be listening, or future listeners, or in the audience who still live here, what's the quote for that?
it's $143,362.
And so it's about the same size as the one that's right on side of the building?
Right, so 20-by-40 on slab. It does include electricity, ceiling fans, picnic tables, grill, and trash cans.
Or did, sir, this for Mr. Mayor. This is in District 4. I'd like to make a motion to approve, as stated by Mr. Mayor. Okay. There's a motion by me, District 4 County Commission, and second by Commissioner Edwards. All in favor? All passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, we do have another presentation by Mr. Dwayne Mask, as well as Mr. Jeff Prine, the project manager. It's going to be number 12 for Parks and Recreation. Purchasing is requesting approval for Sunbelt Builders Design Build Contract for Stone Road Concession Building GMP Amendment number 2.
So I'm going to let Mr. Jeff take this
Yes.
one.
Mr. Jeff, would you please?
Good evening. This is our guaranteed maximum price for construction for the replacement of the Stone Road Concession Restroom Building. And so we've worked with Sunbelt Builders to put together the design and also with the department. We've also worked with them to get pricing. I've vetted the pricing, looked at all the breakdowns, and this is where we are. So we're asking you to approve the amendment to their contract in the amount of $644,707 for this new construction item.
Any questions from the board? That's in District. Go ahead, Commissioner Sanders.
So just correction, this is a new building being built,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's a concession stand?
Concession and restroom building.
And I think Stone Road is in your district, Commissioner Coward. I think.
I'll make a motion a motion to approve the Stone Road concession and restrooms to be built by Sunbelt Builders.
Second. It has been motioned by Commissioner Cowell to be for approval and second by District County Commissioner. Are there any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously.
And, Mr. Vice Chair, we have number 13. Our presenter is still going to be Mr. Dwayne Mask.
He not getting a...
Oh, I apologize. We did move 13 to consent. Number 14, my apologies. This is Mr. Jeff Prine again. Senior Services and Purchasing is requesting approval for Sunbelt Builders Incorporated Design Build Contract for Senior Services, Phase 2, Amendment Number 1 for expansion of services. We do have Ms. Frida Reed, who is also here, Director of Senior Services.
Good evening again. So last spring, you guys appropriated additional funds for us to do the second phase, which will complete the build out at the Turner Lake facility. We got an RFP, selected Sunbelt Builders as our design builder. We've been working with them to vet the design, also to put together the pricing that you see for you tonight. I have gone through the bid prices with Sunbelt, vetted everything, good numbers in this economy, and so we're asking you to approve their amendment in the amount of $1,199,280 for that construction item.
Are there any questions? Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. Since it present, he's in District 4, I think. He's in District 4. I'd like to make a motion to approve as stated by Mr. Jeff Prine.
Second.
It has been motioned by District 4 County Commissioner and second by District 2 County Commissioner. Are there any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0 unanimously.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, we're on number 16. Finance is requesting fiscal year 23 budget, amendments for fire services, elections, tax assessors, and grants presented by Ms. Brittany White, our Finance Director.
Good evening. I'm going to start with 16A. Is that okay? Okay. 16A was the added budget amendment, and this is the one for the additional headquarters space. And we got our insurance premium tax on Friday, and that was actually, it came in $784,000 more than what we budgeted for. So we do verify with the state every year that we spend that insurance premium on fire services. So usually our fire services, or our insurance premium comes in roughly 5% higher every year, but this year it was 16% higher. I was really shocked by that number. So they would like to utilize that to purchase the building next to headquarters. And if there's any questions, Chief Connor's here to answer regarding the building next door. And this was a presentation that was originally included on the ARPA request. So when this come in, we did remove it from the ARPA request to move it to general fund. So that's why our ARPA request is now 8.2 instead of the original 8.6.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Sanders.
I'm just trying to ask for clarity. So the funding is, you're amending the budget, and the funding is coming from their budget that was allocated from the FY23?
Yes, so this is the FY23 general fund budget, and it's the insurance premium tax. So that's the I think it's 2.5% tax that's put on insurance premiums.
Okay.
Are there more questions? All right.
So move that stated by county manager.
Second.
Yeah, I had a motion by Commissioner Edward and second by Commissioner Masons. Or any more discussion? All in favor? It passes unanimously. 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move to number 16 now. So you should have 7 budget transfers in your agenda packet, and I have them numbered, so I'm just going to go in chronological order. So the first one is we do have compression issues in our fire department with pay since we did the $15 an hour increase. So this is to address the compression issues, which will require $39,500. And so HR is here if we have any questions on the compression issue, but basically what we're doing is we're moving it from contingency.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Sanders?
Okay. Just explain that again. I want to make sure this is correct. I do see some faces out there like, what? Just explain this in detail what we're doing here.
I'm going to let the HR director
Okay.
speak on that.
Hello, y'all. When we raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, then that caused compression issues, particularly in this department, with about 19 employees. So we're looking at firefighter EMTs as well as lieutenants. Those several individuals in those positions were making less or even close to what firefighters that had been working with us a lesser amount of time were making. And so HR staff met with those individuals in discovering the compression issues, and it was determined that in order to bring about internal equity that we need to transfer funds. And so that's what the request is tonight for.
And Brittany, this is coming out of the contingency fund.
More question? I guess I have a question myself. Is this a like a one-time thing, or is it something that may reoccur every so often?
Well, currently, what we've been dealing with these issues, we've had a handful of compression in other departments, but because we've had salary savings in those departments, we were able to utilize salary savings to address those compression issues. The sheriff took care of his own compression issues. But in this particular department, because we had 19 different employees, we had to, there was not enough salary savings to address the compression issue. Hence, we're before the board tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, a motion? Here's been motion by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Are there any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Budget, are we going to vote on them individually, or do we want to do like one mass vote? Because I have 7 budget amendments. So we could be here a long time.
Why don't you just go through all of them?
Okay. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay. The next one is the elections department had and I may butcher the name of this, leak retriever that holds the voter registration cards, and it malfunctioned. It's a 2000 version, so it's no longer supported for replacement parts. The replacement for the new equipment is $77,000. So in order to replace this, we will do a budget amendment from contingency to replace the malfunctioned equipment. Are there any questions on that one?
So to replace it is $77,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any more discussion? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please.
Okay. We good on that one. Angela Davis is here if we have any questions. Otherwise, okay.
I've got a question.
But I do have I have a question too as well, and I guess it's more so to the county manager. And we all know it's election time, and we know we use internal aid, which is good. But we're working on the restrooms, and there is a porta potty outside that they're directing everybody to. It's also the same potty party, if I pronounced that wrong. Thank you. That even the basketball players using everybody. So hit is something you go in, is bad. And so if any way we could go over, you could send somebody over to help them, I guess to clean out or whatever, it sure would be nice. Because I know a few older people, when I was there, I know Monday, I didn't go there too much today. Monday just left and went home and may not have came back.
Yes,
and
sir. We will look into that. Thank you.
Okay. Number 3 is the budget amendment to move money from regular employees to professional services in the tax assessor department. They do have an employee who is retiring in January. They have been having a hard time filling that position. So what they want to do is they want to utilize the money from that position to hire a consultant to come in and do that position, which is the real property part of the tax digest. And let's see, basically what we'll do is we'll leave that position vacant. So there'll be a freeze on that until they can hire somebody. And if that's the case, then we would obviously terminate the consultant. Are there any questions on that one?
Just the amount.
Oh, sorry, $30,000. Okay, the remaining 4 or 3, I think, are all grant related. So the first one is just to recognize the revenues and the expenditures for a grant that ends 9/30/2022. And these are, I talked about these the last time. We just have to bring these to the board now since we added that clause into the budget resolution. And this is for one of the Sheriff's Jack grants. The next one is to also recognize the revenue and expenditures for a CJCC grant that was board approved on 6/7/2022. And then number 6 is for a grant that was also a CJCC grant that was also board approved on 6/7/2022, and this is just recognizing the revenues and expenditures on that grant.
Can you state the acronym so that residents know what CJCC?
Community. This was just criminal justice.
So this is all law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Criminal Justice
Coordinating Council.
Oh, there we go. And the last one is also CJCC, and this one was also board approved, and this is just recognizing the revenues and expenditures on that one as well. And I believe that is the last one.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody want to ask? You know, once again, I need a motion to approve all the amendments that she stated.
Second.
Here's been motion by Commissioner Evans and second by Commissioner Mason. Are there any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0.
Mr. Vice Chair, the next item that we have on the agenda is item number 17, presented by Interim County Manager, Mr. Jarvis Sims. ARPA lost revenue. Office of the County Manager is requesting BOC approval to use ARPA funds for county capital projects.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
So on 10/10, we had our department directors present to you all their request to use ARPA funding for various projects. In our books, you will see the second page on the breakout of the $8.2 million. Some of the funds are for public safety, some of the funds are for quality of life, and some of the funds are for addressing our infrastructure. As I stated earlier during our work session tonight, these requests are not necessarily wants, but these are critical needs for our organization. And we're requesting that the board here approve our request so we can continue to move our organization forward and address our operational needs. Thank you.
Are there any questions to our county manager? Ms. Sanders.
My only concern is, so that list that was given to us, what was that, last week? So that's the whole entire list that we're approving, that's the 8.7?
8.2.
8.2 million. Because I did see some things that were not, and I'm gonna be honest, that were not needed at the moment that could have gone to other things. So that's just my concern about the 8.2 million being allocated out of the ARPA funds just for that. Not saying they're not important. I'm not saying anybody's department is more important and we don't have needs in the community, but I do agree that there needs to be some leniency because this is a lot. We only get 21.8 million. The second allocation is $10 million. So we're allocating 8.2 million to capital improvements, leaving 2-some million just for community. That's the issue that I have. Because I mean, I'm here for the community and I'm also here for the gut for our county, but I have to, that's my issue at this particular moment. And then I do believe that I don't know where we are with this grant writer. I have no idea. I know the budget, the salary was the issue, but we are leaving thousands of dollars on the table as a county. And it's not just you, Mr. Sims. I've been asking for a grant writer since 2021. And we budget for it, and it has not happened. And we're leaving so much money to that leaves commissioners to apply for their own grants. Because I know there was an issue with me applying for a grant. It leaves commissioners up to do it themselves because we don't have that in place. So that's just my concern on it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So to address your comments, Commissioner Sanders, we did look at the list again with some of the comments that we received that day. And as Director White stated, we initially had a request from our fire chief. We recognized that particular request, while it might be a great request, we wanted to utilize our funding in the most appropriate way. So we removed $600,000 from the initial request to make sure we had requests that were critical to address our operational needs here in the county. And the requests that we have before you all today are just that. In regard to your comment about the grant writer, you're correct. We've had that position posted, several positions posted, and that position has yielded very few applicants applying for it. We also, from my direction to our HR director, to see if we could even be creative about saying hybrid for the person to even maybe work remote. And we've still had limited people to apply. So we're still trying to get someone in here to get us some grants. But that is a need that we recognize that we're trying to fill right away.
So you said on the application process it does say hybrid? Because I know many people that live in other states that would do this.
So that's something she's looking at now to see if we can add that.
Are there any more questions? Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we had a ARPA presentation earlier, and those funds for facilities were included in her report. But also all the other stuff was included in there. Do we want to amend the agenda to include all of that at this point so they can move forward? Well,
that would be you all's choice, but as for expediting and moving processes, that would be at your will if the board decides that, to take in her recommendations. But what's before you all now is our recommendation of the request to use $8.2 million.
Right, but it's also included in that report. So
that's correct.
If we follow the recommendation of the consultant, then we need to adopt the recommendations that she's given. Is that correct?
Yes, that would help, but as far as the item before you all now is just our item, but if we wanted to just kind of have it all together, which makes sense to have the recommendations from the consultant to include our requests, yes.
Okay, Patrick, can I amend the agenda at this point?
You can make a motion to amend the agenda, and if the board approves it, the
Okay.
agenda would be amended. I think there was a question over here before you do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. I don't know if we are in a position to add the rest of it because in the discussion, we were going to move that 2 million excess that we had left over that we had not allocated, moving it over to the nonprofit bucket, and we haven't done that as of yet. So she has to send that to us. So I think once she sends us the new proposal, the new recommendations, then I think we'll be able to address that. But I don't know if we can address it until she goes back and sends to us what she's gonna, the monies that she's gonna move from the excess over to the nonprofit line item. No, I could be, Patrick, you tell me if I'm correct or incorrect. Can we still add that without her?
It's up to you, but I mean, what I'm hearing is there's still some doubt, confusion, concern about the balance of the ARPA funds, and maybe, you know exactly what you're getting with the internal distributions. It sounded to me like maybe y'all have some work to do with the rest of it. That's kind of how.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
It has been motioned and second.
No, there was no motion.
Okay. I'll let you entertain the motion this time. Okay, me can.
There's been no motion.
Okay. So we're in a discussion. So
We need
or
a
the
motion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sir, also should mention that some of the requests from the commissioners were also included in $8.2 million. For example, $335,000 for Nelson High School.
Commissioner Mason said that because when she stood here, there was a lot of the allocations that I had were not on the list. And she said out of that 2.9, the transportation for the youth, the mental health piece for the youth, she said that could be taken out of that 2.9 million because she didn't put that in place because she just assumed that it was going only towards the West Side Youth Facility. And she mentioned that. So those are the other things that were not included. So that's why we should not add that on there because everything has not been solidified.
I understand. Well then, for the purposes of expediting the meeting, I'd like to make a motion to approve the $8.2 million for out of ARPA for the public facilities.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Cowell to approve the 8.2 for facilities. And it was seconded by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any more discussion?
17.
Yes.
We read that.
Yeah, so basically we're going with what's written.
Should we read item 17 again, please, ma'am?
Item number 17 is the ARPA lost revenue. The Office of the County Manager is requesting BOC approval to use ARPA funds for county capital projects. This is an eligible use under Treasury's final rule for revenue replacement, which can be used for government services that are traditionally provided by the government. Cost $8.2 million. Funding source ARPA, which is budgeted.
So
Commissioner Cowell, and he made a motion to approve.
Yes.
It was seconded by Commissioner Edwards.
Yes.
Are there any more discussion? Commissioner Sanders.
Again, I'm just gonna reiterate, I mean, the board can vote however, I know how I'm voting. This is too much money to be going towards capital improvements. We're not a big, huge county. So we need to make sure that we're looking at this right, making sure we're not spending this money, as y'all was a big piece of not spending this money too quickly. And we need to look into matching our dollars so we can put more money in the pot to be able to expand it and do all the things that we do want to do. So I do agree this is not a good choice, but if the board's going to vote, how would the boards vote?
No, we made a motion.
We got a motion and a second.
Discussion made now. Yeah, discussion. Okay, I also want to add that, you know, we've been kind of going back and forth over the past few days, and we've had several meetings, and I'm probably the only one, but I'm kind of confused as to what we're really doing, and we made a lot of changes, and for me, J.C. Henderson, it doesn't seem to be kind of consistent as I would like for it to be. For an example, if I said that I was going to do something, or I said that I was going to make a certain motion or do something in the community, then to the best of my ability, that's what I'm going to do, you know. And whatever somebody may think or not think, let it go that way. So, just so on this particular motion, I'm going to abstain on voting on this one myself personally. So, are there any more discussion? Okay, all in favor? There's 2 in favor. All opposed? Okay. The motion, it fails. So, Patrick, what's the next junction? Is there anything?
You move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Well, I didn't understand. I
I think
voted.
he ended up voting.
I had a vote.
Mr. Vice Chair, the next item on the agenda is nearing the end. We are at alcohol beverage license number 20. This is the final reading, which requires a vote. Final reading, Bajrang Investors LLC, DBA Crowell Road, Valero, 11280 Brownbridge Road, Covington, Georgia, 30016. Licensee A. Patel, District 3. Alpesh Kumar, if we need it on record, Patel.
Thank you. Commissioner, need a motion? I'm sorry.
I approve the final reading for Barjang Investors LLC, DBA Crowell Road, Valero, 11280 Brownbridge Road, Covington, Georgia, 316. Licensed by the name listed in District 3. I'm going to try to pronounce that.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Sanders to approve, second by Commissioner Edwards. Any more discussion? All in favor? Passes.
Item number 21, Mr. Vice Chair, is the final reading, which requires a vote. Elite Convenience LLC, DBA Quick Spot Marathon, 10260 Highway 36, Covington, Georgia, 30014. Licensee Deval Desai, District 5.
I make a motion to approve Elite Convenience LLC, doing business as Quick Spot Marathon, licensee Deval Desai for alcohol beverage license.
It has been motioned by Commissioner 5 and second by Commissioner 1. Any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0.
Mr. Vice Chair, the last one is number 22. It's the first reading. Covington Ops 1 LLC, DBA Covington Food Mart, 5485 Highway 81, South Covington, Georgia 30016. Licensee Mustag Daradaya, which is District 1. And that's the first reading.
Make a motion. Anything else that we need to address before we adjourn?
No, sir. At this time, we're at item number 23, and we're at citizen comments.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If there are any citizen comments, would you please come at this time? Three minutes, please.
Barbara Morgan, East Street, Covington, Georgia. It came to light yesterday that a member of this board had gone online to oppose passage of the SPLOST referendum. This was in direct conflict with the law that prohibits county officials from either promoting or opposing SPLOST. It is my understanding that this individual was called out and corrected via legal channels. The citizen appointees to the SPLOST committee can only hope little damage was done to the prospects for renewing SPLOST by the voters. For 36 years, SPLOST has been at work in this county. Any and every one who shops, stays, and spends money in Newton County helps to fund critical projects that could not be afforded in regular budget appropriations. Funds in the 2023 SPLOST to be collected over the next 6 years will be dedicated to public safety, infrastructure, transportation, debt service, and quality of life enhancements, such as parks and trails. Its passage is essential. It is not a new tax, but only a continuation of a successful program begun decades ago. The SPLOST committee eagerly seeks voter support in early voting that began yesterday and through Election Day on November 8th.
Hi, my name is Wendy Lowe. I live at 35 Highway Drive, Covington. I wanted to make a comment. When the consultant was speaking about the police with the mental health, I know that NAMI, they work with that to help with the police to get the training. And so I think that that you might want to consult NAMI and talk to them, because it's very important when someone has mental illness that you're not sending a cop out there that doesn't understand mental illness. They need to have, I believe it's called CID training, and I had gone to NAMI meetings and I know that they were working with the police about that. So I don't know how much it costs, but I think if you talk to the NAMI people, they would be a good reference for you and to give you some idea, like with the police that they've worked with and whatnot, how much it costs. So make sure you have a program, and I think that's really important, since especially we have a lot of mental illness due to COVID and even before. And my daughter did have mental illness, and she was 12, and a cop came out, and everything was done very professionally. I was really blessed, but not everybody has a positive experience like that. So that's why I was involved with NAMI and whatnot. So that kind of training is really, really critical to understand, so you're not shooting somebody who has mental health. You need to understand the difference and how to de-escalate the situation and to get help. So I think that's really important. And then the other thing is, I wasn't totally clear on that Salvation Army. If I understood what she said, it was like, leave it to the county to go back and recover the funds from Salvation Army. That, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to be done. Do we have the means to do that? And are you taking away some of the power from the legal system and putting it on the county to get that money back? So I wasn't really clear about that. And also, I'm definitely against this $8.2 million. I'm glad that you all, it didn't pass, because there's other money out there, and that's a lot of money, and that needs to be used for the county and for the citizens. And so I think we need to make sure that everything's been scrutinized. Let the citizens see that list of what the money's going to be used for, because once the money's gone, it's gone, and you can't just say, oops, my bad, we didn't spend it right. No, we need to look at it right now. and be critical and go over every line item and have a town hall meeting and let the citizens look at all this, like the gentleman was saying earlier. Let us have some input in it and see and approve that we think that's good. And definitely the commissioners, I believe they should have their $1 million. They know what needs to be done, and when you start putting things in a pot, somehow things mysteriously end up and the underserved people don't get it. So I have a problem if you take that away from those commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak.
Is there anyone else? We will start with the commissioners. We start with Commissioner Cowell.
Oh, everything.
Ms. Sanders?
Yes, sir, I do. First, I want to state that I'm excited that I am a Fair Fight Fellow. The Fair Fight organization selects 25 elected officials to be a part of their fellowship program. And I was selected as one of the elected officials. There's Board of Education members, there's mayors, commissioners, and all various elected officials, and I'm one of the 25. And so we go through a 6-month process of senior leadership as being elected officials, and I'm just excited about that. And we were chosen based on our fight in the community and how we deal with legislation. So I'm excited about that. So thank you, Fair Fight, for choosing me as one of your fellows. January 2021 was the first time that I sought out about the West Side Youth Facility and how it was going to be put in place. During that time, and many of you have seen on my social media, my official social media page, which is Commissioner Elena Sanders with the check mark, on my Facebook page, to where I post the actual information of the project from our county manager, previous county manager, and previous county attorney, confirming that it's the District 3 project. I provided all of that evidence, and I sent that out, and you read it in detail. And so that happened in January 2021. Throughout January and throughout 2021, I had multiple meetings I was called into on how this was going to be put about, and I was provided with information. In the beginning of 2022, I was called into meetings with our project manager saying, Commissioner Sanders, we suggested be here in District 3 and various things. So June 2021, land was actually found to where we could put it in District 3. So a town hall meeting was also held with District 3 constituents, and I have the list of those who actually attended, and they were all District 3 except one person that attended. July 2022, the commissioners gave the county manager authority to go out and pay for an appraisal of the land in District 3, okay? So September 2022, our county manager came back with the appraisal, and the commissioners gave the approval to move forward with an offer. That all happened just recently. So in the meeting last week, it was a shocker to me because the meeting was supposed to be looking at the actual land that was provided to us from our project manager, and said to myself and the county manager and the Parks and Rec director what they found in District 3. I was bamboozled to see that there was land for District 2 and 4. This is not going against any commissioners up here. I'm telling you the facts. Everybody can go back and see the meeting. So to say this project, when every commissioner on this board spent their $495,000 in their district, and you're coming and telling District 3 they have to spend it somewhere else or in another district, that's not being fair. Not only that, I applied for a grant with our congressman, which I was told to apply for. Every commissioner received that email from our county clerk. You can go back and look. She sent that email and said every commissioner on here to apply for that grant. I took the initiative and applied because I know we didn't have a grant writer. I applied for that grant. I was granted $4 million based on the statistics of District 3 and our density of not having parks and rec and recreation. And I was granted that, and it was put in the newspaper, and our congressman also posted on his page congratulating District 3 Commissioner Sanders for your $4 million grant for the West Side Youth Facility, which matches with our splash dollars. So now we're coming back to try to take a project that's supposed to go in District 3 to where we possibly could lose a grant for $4 million, because that grant, you cannot change a grant once it's awarded for a specific project in a certain area, because I had to submit the statistics. Not only that, the residents in the area, along with that grant process, all wrote letters to our congressman, and that's how we got the grant. So I just want you to know, Commissioner, you all have your projects, and right now, tonight, I was looking We just voted for another project to where a district has 2 projects going on in regards to parks and recreation. Can District 3 just get a swing on a tree? Can we get something in our area where we constantly keep blocking stuff in an area to where I live in that part of that town? I hear the gunshots. I hear those various things happen. So we can smile, we can learn, we can do whatever we want. But also remember, this is a community you're thinking about. It's not a laughing matter. It's a matter that has to think about the people in this district. God bless you.
Winners and losers. And the winners are the voters of Newton County, who, my understanding is, there was a record number of voters that we knew came out to Turner Lake and voted, even though they had to go back, because I know my wife personally, she went and they told her, you come back, they said it might be slow down by Thursday, and she said, no, I'm going back in 3 hours, and because the computer was down, and she went back and she voted for another friend. So the winners are the people who said that we're not going to be turned around, that we're going to vote, and they are the winners. The losers are the ones who went out to use the restroom. Those are the losers. And I think we can and we will do better, in a county facility that we're spending so much money on, and at least have decent porta potty for the women's and men's. And more women need a decent porta potty to use. And so if there are no more comments, we adjourn. I'm ready to go. No motion. Okay, make a motion. All in favor? All right, we go. Thank you.